call this meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Dickinson. Vice Mayor Talamantes. Here. Councilmember Pleckbaum. Councilmember Maple. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings. Here. Councilmember Vang. Here. And Mayor McCarty.
Here.
You have a full quorum.
Okay. First.
Land acknowledgement and pledge?
Who's in charge? Who's listed for that?
I don't know.
Okay. Can we have Councilmember Maple do the land acknowledgement and pledge?
Please rise if you are able. Please rise for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Pachwa-Wintu peoples, and the people of the Wilchin Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and lives. I remain standing, salute, and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, Mayor, we have two special presentations. The first is Pride Month, presented by Councilmember Kaplan and Councilmember Maple.
All right, thank you. I will kick it off, recognizing June as Pride Month, and it is an honor to co-present this with my colleague, Councilmember Maple. The month of June has been designated as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Month, also known as LGBTQ Month Plus, in commemoration of the Stonewall Rebellion, which occurred during the weekend of June 27th through 29th in 1969 in New York City, which truly gave birth to the modern LGBTQ civil rights movement. Since 1994, June has been designated and celebrated, and we celebrate the notable achievements of millions who make up our LGBTQ plus community, along with their valuable contributions to the nation's cities and states. Today, acknowledging this, honoring our LGBTQ community members is even more important than ever, as they are being under attack and otherized and disvalued, which constantly puts in danger. Because I know from my time of being a school board member, the highest percentage of students that commit suicide are those that identify and belong to the LGBTQ community. We are putting in jeopardy the lives of so many children who wonder if they belong when we as adults fail to recognize the identity of those who identify in our LGBTQ community. They belong, they are one of us, they are the same, they deserve equal rights no matter what. And so this month, it is important that we acknowledge Pride Month. We acknowledge that there are rising hate crimes. There are rising division amongst legislation to discriminate against our LGBTQ community and put in division amongst our community. So I'd like to thank those who are in attendance with us this evening, including our city's LGBTQIA Employee Resource Group and the Greater Sacramento LGBTQ Center, the Stonewall Foundation of Greater Sacramento, Stonewall Democrats of Greater Sacramento, and others who have expressed their support, whether they're here because we are starting a little later or not. I see you, I hear you, I support you, I will fight beside you, along with you, and if I need to, I will stand in front and protect you. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Maple, to make a couple of remarks as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan, for kicking us off, and just thank you also to the mayor and all my colleagues I know that we're co-presenting this, but we also know that this is from all of you. And that was shown by the flag raising outside of our city hall. Anyone can go out there and witness and see where we stand as an organization, as a city. But I think it's really important that we also do this resolution, because we know that this is an especially difficult time for our LGBTQIA plus community. We know that when we look at the news, we know that when we look at the statistics of what happens to our young people, as was mentioned, that it's more important than ever that we stand up and acknowledge what's happening, and that we also honor and show those that are a part of this community that we care and that we see you. And so we've taken significant strides in Sacramento to ensure that rights and the well-being of transgender individuals are taken seriously in our city, so much so that we were the first city to become a transgender sanctuary city in the United States of America. And so I think that's a huge deal for us. We also proudly fly the progress flag out front. So and with all of this, I want to encourage the broader community to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to hold those safe in our communities, and that means showing up. That means standing up when you hear something, and when you see others doing things to others, that we must stand up for them. But I think one of the most important things that we have as a city, beyond the things that I just mentioned, is that we have an incredible employee resource group, otherwise known as an ERG, that is made up of our LGBTQ staff. And I think what that says is it's not just about us up here and what we say. It's not just about a flag that's outside. It's not just about a resolution. It's about all of our employees coming together and supporting one another. I think that is one of the greatest things that we can do to help show support. And so with that, I would love to invite up Kelly McAllister and Jennifer Delman Wyatt to say a few words about why this is important to you in the city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I have a tremendous amount of gratitude as a member of the LGBTQIA plus community, but also as a city employee of 9 years. These 9 years, I have felt the utmost affirmation and celebration from the city as an employer and also as a constituent. I would be remiss, though, if I didn't acknowledge the Progress Pride flag that we see today and all that it represents. It includes the original rainbow colors of the Pride flag, and it also includes the colors of our trans non-binary communities, as well as the Black and brown communities and our communities of color. All marginalized people currently under attack by the federal government. The Progress Pride flag exists for many reasons. It's an acknowledgement of pride, diversity, and inclusion, but it's also displayed so that those who feel unseen, undervalued, unheard, or afraid of who and what they represent know that we recognize them and they are seen and celebrated. So if you're out there now and you see this flag, you drive by and you see it displayed outside, and you see any part of yourself represented in this, I want you to know that the world, this country, and the city is a better place because you exist in it. Let us not forget that no one is free until we are all free.
I'm good. Really good.
Are you sure?
I am good.
Well, back over to you, Councilmember Kaplan.
Yeah, so I'd like to have
I'm good.
Jennifer, Kelly, come on up front. Anybody else part of our LGBTQ ERG community? Councilmember Maple, want to come join me?
I think let's all go.
All right.
I'll go. Yeah. Yeah. Do this. This is something I'm good at.
Yeah.
Oh. If I have to get in there, Ryan, you have to.
Yes, please squeeze in more. One,
know what mine said. And then let me grab one on here. Sorry, I'm doing them for everyone. Thank you all. Happy
Thank
I
you.
think your phone was set to video.
That's okay. Can you just send me the
I'll
picture?
send you the photo.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Kaplan, you have our second special presentation, Gun Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you. Not my intent to do two in a row, but we didn't have a council meeting last week. And I think it's just as important that we acknowledge June as being Gun Violence Awareness Month. There is too much violence among our community and among our youth. And we have to recognize that gun violence is real. And it's a time that we honor lives lost to gun violence, uplift voices of survivors, and recommit to our efforts to prevent future tragedies through education, policy, community investment, and advocacy. Every year, we know that more than 47 Americans die from gun-related injuries. Of those, 3,200 being from the state of California. And that's not including others impacted by non-fatal shootings and the lasting trauma that follows from everyone who's been impacted. In our city, we experience between 70 and 100 firearm deaths, injuries on an annual basis, with approximately 40 being related to homicides, 24 being related to suicides, and others related to accidental deaths. We also know firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens. And by early February, more Americans are killed with guns than are killed in our peer countries in an entire calendar year. I want to thank Deborah Grimes, Moms Demand Action, and the Najee Grimes 212 Anchor Foundation, Academic for Athletes, and Barry Axius, co-founder of the Voice for the Youth Foundation, and their panel discussion and free watch party of Put the Guns Down film this past Friday, which was also held on Gun Violence Awareness Day. As we talk about budget and funding and the hard decisions we have to make, I'm a big believer in why wait for someone else to help others? What can I do opposed to what I cannot? Back in December 2024, I started convening a violence discussion roundtable. We don't have a lot of money in the city of Sacramento, but gun violence waits for no one. And to say we have to wait until we have funding is to dismiss where we can begin collaborating and working together as a community. And that's just part of what each one of us in this room can do to know that we all play a part in bringing gun violence to an end and educating the community.
Right.
We have a lot of work to do and more work to do to come in our community. So I'm proud to support this resolution. I am proud that we have so many of our community partners that are here tonight to say that we can do more and we can bring an end to gun violence, and especially our youth, and address our youth and the violence that it brings. So good things come when we work together. And I really want to thank Deborah Grimes, who is the chapter lead for Mom Demand Action. And many of you know I have known Deborah for almost 20 years because I knew her son from my time being a school board member to his time being a coach at Intercom during football to, unfortunately, to his murder a couple of years ago. It impacts everyone. And so, Deborah, thank you for making this tragedy a mission to do something about it and not remain silent. I'd love for you to say, if you can, a couple words. If you want to take a seat and use the smaller microphone down there, you are more than welcome to. Right here? You want to take a seat? We've also got a handheld one for you, Deborah.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you so very, very much, Mayor McCarty and this wonderful council, city council. So what I like to say is that as Councilmember Kaplan said, you know, we did lose our son. He was taken, and on the 4th of July, next month, we will be at the cemetery, and we will be with our son for his 3rd year anniversary. In the last 3 years, what we have learned is that we have become shoulders that people can lean on. But we've also learned that we are standing on the shoulders of so many people who do so many awesome, wonderful things in this community, such as the Daryl Roberts of the world and so many other organizations. We're very fortunate, we are blessed to have council members such as the champions, Lisa Kaplan and Katie Maple and Rick Jennings, and there are certainly others, as well as our mayor, but champions who do more than just talk the game. They are really serious about ending gun violence, and we are just so fortunate as a people to have them. And I just want to thank you so, so much for making this an awareness day, or awareness month, pardon me. It's Gun Violence Awareness Month all over the nation. And this is something that we need to recognize. And I'm just so grateful that we in Sacramento are now recognizing it. Thank you so very, very much.
Thanks.
Ed Mai.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Thank you, Councilwoman from District 1. First, Councilwoman Kaplan, thank you so much for bringing this resolution to the council to recognize gun violence, in particularly this month. And Deborah, just thank you for all the great work that you do. I didn't want to say this was timely because, you know, last week there was a girl that was shot in Meadowview. The week before that, there was a 15-year-old boy that was shot and killed at Coral Gables, Villa Hardin in Meadowview. 2 weeks before that, there was a young adult that was shot and killed in Valley High, right? And, you know, gun violence, no boundaries, no district. And these incidents aren't isolated, right? And they really demand a deeper attention from the city, from county, in terms of the work that we need to do. And so I just want to say thank you, Councilman Kaplan, for bringing this to our attention, and that we just not only pass a resolution, but that we also make sure that we back that up with dollars in our budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to be at the showing of the documentary on Friday the 6th at the Guild Theater, and it was a packed house. Not only did we see the documentary, but we were also had the opportunity to have a panel of parents and brothers and sisters and loved ones and cousins and aunts, whoever was there, that had also lost someone to gun violence. And to hear their experiences, to listen to them talk, and to hear the pain, sometimes, in some cases, many years later. That pain, as one said, never leaves. It is always there. You just have to learn how to control it and go out and talk to others about how they can make sure that they don't suffer the same situation. So I just wanted to acknowledge you and all the mothers that demand action, because you have a plan in place. And I told you that it would be my job and my privilege to work with you to find out where we can take this documentary and put it in our schools, put it in where our parents can see it, and we can start using this movie as a way, this documentary as a way of motivating the change that we all want to see. And so I'm willing to commit my time to help with that plan to put in place to do all with the great work of all the mothers that are demanding action in order to see if we can make that film help us here in this great region of Sacramento. So, thank you.
I want to thank Councilmember Kaplan for bringing this resolution to the council to mark this month. There is no question gun violence is a scourge in our communities and across the state and the nation, and youth violence in particular is a horrific aspect of what our youth and families face in some neighborhoods on an all too frequent basis. But nobody is immune. The son of someone who worked for me when I was a county supervisor was a victim, a fatal victim of gun violence. Someone who Councilmember Kaplan and I know extremely well, who's Councilmember Kaplan served with, lost her son to gun violence. This is something that touches us all in some way or another. I'm heartened by what we do here, at least in the city of Sacramento and in the state of California, in addressing gun violence and Moms Demand Action. The Brady campaign deserve enormous credit for the grassroots advocacy they bring to illustrate a piece of legislation that and the mayor will remember this, that I introduced that would have taxed ammunition to provide money for youth mental health. I couldn't get it across the finish line, but last year that legislation, thanks to Moms Demand Action and others, was signed into law. So there are things we can do, there are things we are doing, but we realize and I think recognize that it is the investment in our young people, in our community, in our neighborhoods, providing positive alternatives, giving children and families a safe environment by creating those options that's really the answer. And so that's where we need to be focused in what we do, what we say, and what we believe in. Thanks.
So if you want to say a couple comments, otherwise I'm inviting you down.
After you're done.
So I just want to thank, because I didn't, I know that Impact, All In Together, Gang Awareness Prevention, I Am SAC, Impact SAC, Self-Awareness Recovery, Mac Road Partnership are in the audience because y'all working together and amongst more. After the mayor makes his comments, I want to invite him and you all down to the dais, to the bowl so we can take a picture. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, this is always an important topic and never more important than the night that we adopt our budget. So maybe some of you will stick around. And the values are important, not just to adopt a resolution, but what are we doing as a city to prevent this? And I will say that our budget that we're adopting continues funding for our youth programs. And then through our Measure L implementation, we'll quadruple or more investments in our young people. And I'll just want to note that, you know, as a young council member, I'll always vividly remember those first calls I got from our police chief or captain telling me that a 15-year-old lost their life in our city through senseless gun violence. And we've worked on laws or legislation to combat illegal gun trafficking in our communities, but we need so much more, and a lot of it is for our youth. I know that. I have kids in high school myself, so I see it. And I will note, just a positive note, that Mr. Dickinson's right. You know, 10 years ago, you had the courage to introduce a law that places a surcharge on gun and ammunition purchases. And last year, Member Gabriel authored and I the same bill, and it was signed by the governor, and the city of Sacramento is currently applying to get even more money for successful gun violence intervention programs. And so, you know, we believe in this work, so we don't have to hear the stories and those calls that we get from our police officials. So thank you for the work that the community does in that. And yes, let's come down and take a picture. Thank you.
He's not taking the charge. Okay, thanks.
All right, scoot in, fellas. Come on, Barry. Slide in. We got a couple more coming. Can we have some of you come to the other side? Yes, thank you. All right, everybody right here on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're good. Thank you.
Mayor, before Barry Axios walks out the room, I just want to acknowledge him for doing a great job of emceeing the panel this past Friday. He did an incredible job, very tough job because there was a lot of emotion. Fortunately, he came prepared. So anyway, great job, Barry.
So Mayor, we now move to the consent calendar. That's agenda items 1 through 15. Do we have any council members that wish to pull an item or comment?
Yes.
Uh,
14.
I see no other people punched up. So Councilmember Maple, item 14.
All right, I'll be brief. I know we've had a big day and more to come, but I really felt as though I needed to say something about this. So this is approving an application for a grant that would go to the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, which I very proudly serve as the vice chair of. And this would go towards providing the water and the planting skills needed in order to plant trees along Franklin Boulevard. This is a huge deal because that part of Franklin Boulevard, I live very close by. It is a heat island. There are a lot of people there who are low income. They rely on our public transit system. They walk, they bike, and it's very, very hot in the summer and very difficult for them to get around. So luckily, thanks to our Franklin Boulevard Complete Streets project that's currently under construction there, we are putting in the necessary pedestrian and cyclist safety that we need for that street. But that means that we also need to put the trees in because people need the shade. It's just a big part of life. We need to be cool in the summer. It's only going to get hotter with climate change. And so just really want to appreciate our staff for being forward thinking and especially right now while things are tough in terms of getting federal money and just thinking outside the box. So thank you and thank you for your work.
Okay, I have 7 speakers on the consent calendar. The first is Howard Nuxon. And he's speaking on matters not on the agenda from the 2 p.m. So Howard? Unfortunately, we had a little bit of celebrating, so our meeting got adjourned quickly.
Thank you, Council. Good afternoon. My name is Howard Knudsen. I'm a certified public accountant and former IRS agent of 10 years. I currently operate a small tax accounting practice in District 1 in Natomas. I'm speaking before you today because I'm concerned about the travel expenditures being incurred by the chief of police. The Sacramento Bee has published an article today by Joe Rubin, which goes through in detail just issues with reimbursements being made by the city to the chief of police for first-class plane travel, including 3 first-class plane travel trips conducted in May 2004 for 2 consecutive weeks. We need our chief of police here in the city, not traveling 37 calendar days a year on taxpayer expense. Right. The Sacramento Bee goes into detail about the reimbursement she submitted, how she did not submit receipts, just screenshots of alleged purchases. Our city is funding first-class plane travel with taxpayer money This is unacceptable. We need real internal controls by CPAs reviewing this so that we can prevent taxpayer money being used for personal travel expenses. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. I waited over 5 hours to speak this 2 minutes, so thank you. Anyway.
Our next speaker is Zion Tatis, then Lambert, then Marbella Sala. Zion is speaking on item 11.
Okay, so on item 11, I was just going to talk about, before Sacramento become a farm to fork a city, Queen Sheba was farm to fork. I know you're trying to do some urban farming around that area, so I'm just interested. I just wanted to make sure that I am included when it comes to, because I'm trying to grow my food so I can serve it at my restaurant. So I just want to be able to get involved in that grants. That's what I wanted to say on 11. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lambert is speaking on item 13, then Marbella Sala on 9.
Number 13 is called suspension of competitive bidding. That's another word for bid rigging and bid peddling. As a person who owns a business, I've never been part of a bid process that was suspended. It even says in the language that you have to have experience, expertise, and capacity. Well, even if you have the expertise and capacity, you're eliminated because of this wording. There should never be no competitive bidding. In the paper, in the Sacramento Bee, there was a shout out to the Sacramento Bee. There was a scandal of how people were getting contracts and they weren't bidding on them. That's an example. You can give it to your relatives. In San Francisco, they showed where people were giving contracts at City Hall to relatives. That's what that happens when you have suspended competitive bidding. And I want to send a shout out. This is the millennials telling me this because I don't really pay that much attention to social media. They handle that for me. But I want to send a shout out to Vice Mayor Telemontes, because they told me today, I was on the road, they called me and said that she was saying very kind things on social media. I haven't even seen it. So I wanted to say thank you. I have no idea what I'm thanking you about, but I'm thanking you because they said whatever you did is starting to get us a lot of business. And as the weather gets hotter, that's when the cheesecakes take off. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Marbella Sala. Following Marbella is Brandon Martinez. And for the people at the back of the room, please, there's plenty of seats up front. We can't block the back doors.
Good evening. I'm here because I just want to point out how unique this SACOG grant is that's coming to part of Gardenland Northgate and District 2, and it's a coalition of culture, the Urban League, the Mutual Network, and GNNA, but importantly, it's also with the city. And what it's designed to do, it's a SACOG EEI grant, is to build infrastructure, community-driven solutions for transportation, mobility, and access, infrastructure, and emergency preparedness. It's the first time that I know of that we're going to do such a collaboration with District 2 and our District 3, and in this unique coalition of community-based organization. And I'm hoping that this is only the beginning and we'll be able to do this more because we really have very similar issues. And I want to thank Mikel Davila because he did a lot of work in helping us complete the grant process and putting this coalition together. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brandon Martinez on items 3 and 12, and Amber Stott on item 12.
Hey all, I came to echo that sentiment. It's amazing what's going to happen in District 2 and 3, and also District 4. So I came to bring up that Plucky Bomb. This is your moment to shine, and I'm happy for everyone here who gets to take part in what's happening in North Sac 2. But let me not forget what's happening in D8. So I totally want everyone to know that this is a sign of the times. There needs to be more EVs out there, and this is a step in the right direction. So I definitely urge everyone to look into that. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Amber Stott on item 12.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I am here in support of the SACOG grant also, and very proud to operate one of Sacramento's probably best examples of government gone right, Floyd Farms. And this site, it doubles as both a student farm and as a community park. And so we're going to be using these grant funds to go into the community and conduct visioning sessions, which essentially are needed because the original project started so long ago that many people don't really know it happened. The walls went up in the pandemic, and we really want to make sure the community not only knows it's there, but gets to have a say and a voice in some of the programming that we develop at this new beautiful space. So we're excited to have an opportunity to partner with the city and work hand in hand to do visioning sessions across our community and bring that feedback back to implement pilot programming to really embrace the needs of our community. We're in a community where we have a 40% childhood obesity rate. Food access is an issue for many of the students that go to the adjacent school, Leotata Floyd Elementary. And we want to really address the mobility gaps to getting access to that healthy food. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more public comment for the consent calendar. We can entertain a motion.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Mr. Dickinson.
Got it. Okay. I'm sorry, Mayor. I overlooked this, but I would like to be recorded as a no vote on item 6, not because I think this doesn't go far enough. I think it goes too far in reducing the discount for those who have EVs and our monthly parkers. The predicate is that EVs have established themselves and they don't need any more incentives. I don't hold that view when they're only 20% of the vehicles on the road. So I just would prefer to be a no vote on this item.
Thank you. So you have a motion by Councilmember Guerra and a second by Maple. No vote on item 6 for Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes or abstention? Noted for Mr. Dickinson. Measures pass. Next item.
Thank you. We move to item 16 is a public hearing. Public hearing on renewal of downtown Sacramento Property and Business Improvement District number 2025-01.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Suzanne Tan with the Finance Department. The item before you is a public hearing for the renewal of the Downtown Sacramento PBID for another 10-year term. Renewal of the Downtown Sacramento PBID will continue to provide services and activities that create a special benefit to assessed properties within the district. At this time, staff recommends opening the public hearing. Upon the close of the public hearing, staff will count the ballots and come back to council as a consent item on June 17th with the ballot tabulation results. Thank you. Michael Alt with the Downtown Sacramento Partnership is here and would like to say a few words.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Ready for your big moment?
Yeah, no, this has been a good day to say the least. Vice Mayor, members of council, city manager, Michael Alt with the Downtown Partnership. It's important to note, back in 1995, and I'll be really quick because I know you've got a full agenda, this was the first business improvement district in the state of California. There's been a lot of involvement, I think, in this movement as far as districts creating additional income to provide enhanced services over and above baseline. But we have spent the last couple of years meeting with our property owners, meeting with our businesses, talking about the future. And candidly, you can't make up some of the things that we've dealt with the last couple of years as it relates to charting a path forward. We're seeing economic development come back. We're seeing employees come back. We're meeting with owners. We're meeting with consultants, talking about what level of service we need to provide to our constituents and make sure that as we start looking towards the future that we are creating a downtown environment that we're proud of. I said in our State of Downtown breakfast, regions are defined by their downtowns, and the involvement not only of this organization, but the work that we're doing, I think, makes a difference in how this city is viewed and treated from a respect standpoint. This is a special place for us. I want to acknowledge my staff. I'm going to make them stand up just really quick. Stand up. No, I'm torturing you. Yeah, do that. But I also want to acknowledge specifically Danielle Biller. Danielle is my deputy director. She and I have been doing this for close to 30 years. She is the heart and soul of this organization as it relates to this work. And she, when this organization renews and we feel confident, we will renew. We're not taking it for granted, but she has been the champion that we have had. And the senior team that we've got here believes in this. So we appreciate the support, the partnership with you, board member Milstein. I think what we do makes a difference, and when this community looks at the partners we have, there's no better partner than the city of Sacramento to us. So thank you for what you do. Councilmember Pluckybaum, we feel very fortunate to have you on board, not only as a board member, but as a champion in this council in general. You have made a difference in this community, and we are your partners moving forward, so thank you.
Thank you, and you do great work. So, one public comment.
I have one speaker, Mac Worthy.
And after this, if Mr. Pluckybaum would like to open and close the public hearing. And move the item.
Still here. You know, I was here when that downtown thing was created, and then it said, let's crown downtown. How many jobs have it created downtown to money? See, this is part of your corruption. Every time you come up here, you got these people say, oh, well, we doing this. People, you're paying these people to stay quiet and say you're doing all right. As much corruption is here, and you still spending money and can't identify where the money went. Downtown. Downtown used to have water running down K Street. That didn't work. Some of the first money came here, redevelopment money was old Sacramento. Still, that don't work. Why you can't have an outside audit of where the money is going? People, what's downtown? Nothing. I was downtown the first time. I ain't never been in an arena. You got a situation that I want to show the LP agent downtown. You got some real shit going on downtown and youth involved. But you're not telling the people really what's going on downtown. You have some of the worst crime happening here was downtown. It's a drunk alley is downtown. That's all. Get drunk and go out on the street and show your ass. That's all you got downtown. Nothing else. Nothing else, people. That's what you call socialism. It's there, and people accept it because you are theatering your way through. Theater, oh, I'll keep you laughing. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, and you haven't done a damn thing downtown.
Vice Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Thank you. Councilmember Pluckybaum.
Open and close public comment. Move staff recommendation.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Noes? Seeing none. Congratulations, Downtown PBID.
So that passes unanimously with Mayor McCarty absent. So Vice Mayor, we're going to reorder the agenda and take item 18 next, which is the Sacramento Children's Fund Grant Awards.
All right, wonderful. We want to get city staff to come join us down here. I just want to thank members of the public for being here again. I know a lot of you came 2 weeks ago, and a lot of us were looking for more information on the programming and the details of the programs that we were going to be funding. So city staff had time to go back and do a little more homework for us to fully understand what we were awarding.
Okay, this is going to be a very quick and short presentation. My name is Renee Cosson, Program Manager for the Sacramento Children's Fund. Thank you for having us again, Vice Mayor and Council. So based off of the direction that we received, just to give a little recap, Scenario 1 that we presented previously funded 24 programs and projects with the 50-50 split that was set in the Strategic Investment Plan, and it had an emerging set aside for grassroots. Scenario 2 funded 16 programs and projects with the 50-50 split with no adjustments to the funding allocation. We provided a ranked application list with description as requested by council at the previous council meeting. We added a ranked application list by fund goal with descriptions, a ranked application list by district served with descriptions, and then we also added a social vulnerability index, the SVI, at a 20% overlay as requested by City Council at last City Council meeting. So this just briefly gives an overview. That grid area is going to be what the SVI expanded upon, the seed and COI overlay that was already included in the RFP and the Strategic Investment Plan for assessment when we were looking at applicants. The SVI does align with the Seed and the Child Opportunity Index, COI, and expands eligible opportunity areas. This basically means that 100% of eligible applications to the Sacramento Children's Fund serve the SVI identified opportunity areas as well. So it expanded the areas, but our applications already served much of what was expanded. Just a little recap on our Sacramento Children's Fund timeline. We're here now, June 10th, for award recommendations presented to City Council for approval. We hope that our contract execution and fund disbursements happens probably closer to the end of July. And then July 2025 to June 2028 will be the grant award time period for this first set of grants to be funded. And I'm going to take a seat and let you all continue the deliberation.
Thank you so much. We do have 28 speakers for public comment, so the city clerk will start reading off names, and then we'll do council comments and deliberations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As you said, I have 28 speakers, so I'm going to call a few of you might line up. Jamie Gersigic, Jeanette Carpenter, Daryl Roberts, Omar Turner, Brenda Yvonne. Jamie?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jamie Garrick, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. LGBTQ+ youth are in crisis, and they urgently need your help. They're more likely to face trauma, homelessness, and mental health challenges, yet have fewer affirming services available. Nearly half of LGBTQ+ youth seriously considered suicide last year. For transgender and non-binary youth, it was more than half. The center supports LGBTQ+ youth through our drop-in space, youth enrichment, housing, employment, and mental health services, all of which align with the goals of the Sacramento Children's Fund. I know you have all been strong advocates for the LGBTQ+ community in the past, and I urge your support for Scenario 1 funding for mental health services for LGBTQ+ youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jeanette?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Jeanette Carpenter. I'm here on behalf of Child Action. We serve 17,000 children and their 9,000 families in Sacramento County. We empower families and child care professionals with the tools and support services they need to successfully care for children. We applaud the city for their progress with one-time investments in child care. However, this is not a sustained funding strategy, despite naming early childhood a priority. Few Measure L proposals support kids 0 to 5, and our initiative is one of the only childcare-focused proposals. It targets the city's highest need zip codes and proven demand and offered direct support for both families and providers. With existing infrastructure and evidence-based models, this is a scalable, high-impact investment. Ongoing city support is essential to meet the real and growing need. Thank you for your time.
Daryl Roberts, and then Omar Turner.
Good evening, members of the council and city manager. I'm Daryl Roberts, CEO and co-founder of Roberts Family Development Center and a resident of District 2. I speak on behalf of our co-founder, Tina Roberts, our board of directors, and the youth and their families that we serve. We're pleased that staff ranked us as the #1 scored nonprofit in our category of violence prevention. However, I am tempered by the recognition that there are many other worthy organizations who were not selected. And I stand before you to request that not only your support for the $1.3 million suggested in your staff report and championed by Councilmember Mai Vang and others, but I also think you should look to the 25 vacant police positions to add any money from those 25 vacant positions to the violence prevention line in the city budget. I'm also suggesting that community meetings to better explain the grant process for the Children's Fund occur in District 2, 4, 5, and 6, and 8 to ensure nonprofits fully understand the rubric used to score their applications. Our organization benefited from 25 years of doing this work well, having a vision which has allowed us to build sustainable funding, this year alone touching 5,000 youth and their families and employing more than 125 young people and mature adults, and documenting success. But we also had, and you get this if you remember, the public scrutiny that caused us to have to strengthen our organization's fiscal department and provide the necessary documentation, including annual audits, which cost in excess of $45 each year. For some nonprofits, that $45,000 is nearly half their existing budgets. Unacceptable. We have also funded partners with and supported them, many of them.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Omar Turner, then Brenda Yvonne. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Omar Turner, then Brenda Yvonne. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Everyone needs to be treated equally. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat.
Thank you so much for your comments and all that you do for our community. We do have 2 minutes per person. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Omar.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ed Kaczmarek, the Executive Director of Campus Life Connection, and we appreciate being considered and asking you to consider full funding. We do work with youth. We've talked tonight about youth violence, and we've talked about youth mental health, and that's where we focus. I'm going to let Coach Omar Turner share some more.
Just sat down with a young man that came through our program, and he's right now in the process of becoming a therapist. He has his master's, go ahead, social work, and he's going to be one of the ones that's going to be helping us, with our program. And we think that we're going to touch a lot of young people, their mental health, helping them with their education, staying away from gun violence, all those things because of the program that we have. And we've been doing it close to 30 years and seen a lot of positive outcomes from it. And we just want to, again, say thank you, and hopefully you guys will give us the maximum amount. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brenda Yvonne, then Christine Smith.
Hi, good evening. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brenda Scioli, and I am the Youth Wellness Manager at La Familia Counseling Center, and I'm joined by Yvonne Collins-Smith, who is our Program Manager for our Birth and Beyond program. On behalf of La Familia Counseling Center and Rachel Rios, we would like to extend our sincerest gratitude for recommending us for funding for our AIM High program, which is a vital resource for children ages 0 to 5 and their families in Sacramento. The first 5 years are critical, not just for a child's development, but for the well-being of the whole entire family. AIM High is built on the belief that children and families deserve support every step of the way, helping them navigate with each milestone with confidence, care, and connection. Your support strengthens our mission and reflects a meaningful investment in our youth. We're excited to move forward together in creating a lasting impact for families across our community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you for your comments. Christine Smith, then Christy Gray, then Ashley Powers Clark, then Mercedes Parker.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members.
I'm Christine Smith with Sacramento County Office of Education, and I'm here tonight to thank you for considering approval of staff's recommendation to fund Books for Brighter Futures, which will expand the Dolly Parton Imagination Library within the city. The Imagination Library provides books delivered directly to children's home monthly from the time they enroll until their 5th birthday, and additionally will provide literacy workshops for families and connections to resources through Help Me Grow. This investment by the city is matched 100% by SCOE and will boost access to literacy across the city. We at SCOE, along with our partners, United Way, who serve as the 501c3, appreciate your consideration and support of our proposal. In addition to showing our appreciation, I do want to also acknowledge that there is a need for continued investments, as you are doing here tonight, in early learning and in our youth by the city. It is essential to continue the excellent work by those in this room and out in the community. So please continue investing in our future and our youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Christy Gray.
Hi, Christy Gray, Deputy Program Officer with the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. I have been there for 3 years, and I'm coming as an administrator supporting the team that supports the youth, but also as a mother. I see my team and myself see the folks that come in desperate crisis, and this program will not only support continued mental health services at the center, but also we will be providing an opportunity to train future clinicians for mental health. So I'm here to ask and thank you for the support of the community, but also to ask for you to vote for option 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Ashley.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Powers Clark. I am the Homeless Education Services Coordinator for the Sacramento City Unified School District. And I'm here to just thank you for ranking our proposal so high. We scored the second highest out of all of the applications. And the reason why that happened is because the work that we are proposing to do is completely aligned with the values of the city. This work is going to fund youth leadership to help prevent homelessness at 2 specific school sites, that being Luther Burbank and Hiram Johnson. I believe there's no place better to invest if you want to prevent youth homelessness than working within the schools. I know there are some concerns about public agencies funding public agencies, and I will say that the first phase of our project is empowering young people on the ground who have had experiences with homelessness to make their schools safe to come out and identify as unaccompanied and get the support you need. And I'll tell you, as a social worker that has a lot of experience on the ground working with this, there's nothing worse than being at school on a Friday night at 5 o'clock and having a family walk into your office and having absolutely nowhere for them to go. This is why we need strategic and cross-sector investments in this work, and that's exactly what our proposal plans to do. So you can hold us accountable for that. You can expect results from us. I'll say since taking over the program and since our investments in COVID, the Sacramento City Unified School District has stepped up their investment because of the advocacy that we've seen from our young people and the advocates that we've built in the community. So you can hold the district accountable for holding the line on their own investments, and you can trust that you'll be hearing from our young people here and at those board meetings. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Mercedes Parker, then Malachi Cheney McLean.
Good evening, Mercedes, resident of District 4. I'm here representing California Youth Connection. We are a youth-led organization that serves current and former foster youth, advocating for policy and practice and legislative change. Very huge supporters of the Children's Fund as well as the Guaranteed Income Program. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with the SAC LGBT Center. And when we reflect on the original purpose of the Children's Fund and the issues that it was intended to address, homelessness, mental health, violence prevention, substance abuse prevention, queer youth are at the intersection of that. And of course, are overrepresented when we talk about homelessness, when we talk about foster youth issues. So I just want to make sure that we are prioritizing them, and that I also want to support previous comments that suggested that we look into the overspending that's occurring and financial mismanagement happening within the Sac City Police Department to secure additional funding to make sure that we are doing right by our children. I also just want to add that in the next RFA process, I also agree with previous commenters that we look into making sure that that is an equitable process in supporting nonprofits and meeting the requirements to support a successful application. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments. Malachi, Cheney, McLean, then Keon Bliss. Malachi, then Keon Bliss, then D'Angelo Mack.
Good evening. My name is Malachi LeSean McLean. I wanted to stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ community, as well as with former foster youth and current foster youth. I am an older brother. I do hold that identity with me in every room that I walk in. And I am also a transmasculine individual. I use he, him pronouns. And 30% of former foster youth identify as LGBTQ. This statistic is quite high compared to other communities. And I just want to make sure that this funding is placed towards communities of care, communities that have not turned their back on former foster youth. We just got AB 562 to get past kinship care practices. And with that, we're seeing that kinship looks different for everyone. It's not just one individual family plan. And I just want to emphasize that our community is vast and very diverse, and it does not look the same in every setting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Keon Bliss, then D'Angelo Mack, then Kenneth Duncan.
There's really not much I can say better than the youth organizers and young folks in this community that have been coming up to you demanding the resources that is rightfully theirs. But I can point to you the fact that you have a fiduciary duty to actually manage our budget responsibly, and this council tonight is leaving no less than $9 million sitting on the table because you're too afraid to cut police department vacancies. I mean, we listened, not like, besides just the scandals that have been popping up in the Sacramento Bee and other media, we listened on May 20th to the chief of police and the Sacramento police officers president lie through their teeth at you to claim that their vacancies aren't actually real, that those are filled positions that they will have to lay off or cut if you dare consider addressing those. And even by their own best measurements, by the true vacancies that they just magically made up, that's at least $11 million that you could be contributing to youth services right here. Public safety, the police and fire department alone make up no less than 66% of our discretionary dollars. That's in the general fund. And none of you are considering even cutting that? They're getting $254 million this year. There are at least 107 vacancies that have been vacant for more than 6 months, and at least 35 vacancies that have been vacant for over 2 years. And you're too chicken shit to cut those positions? You gotta be kidding me. There's a reason for this for those of us that pay attention, and I'll get to that here.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is D'Angelo Mack. Your time is complete. Keon Bliss, you've exceeded your speaking time. Please stop speaking and take your seat. By continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Our next speaker is D'Angelo Mack.
So good evening, y'all. This is the first time I've been in front of the new guard. So I'm D'Angelo Mack, resident of District 7. I used to be the director of the First Response Transformation Campaign, which saved cities millions in public safety. I actually helped frame the actual public safety resolution, one of the original framers. And I started the very first hospital-based violence intervention program here in the city. So in regard to police and money, we're just not brave anymore. I know you're afraid because you're fearful people. Some of you weren't brave kids, so there was no way you'd be brave adults. For those of you who consider yourself brave kids, I want you to think about why you were brave then. Bravery usually rises when bigger, more boisterous obstacles present itself as a challenge to those who are simply looking for a peaceful and safe existence. For those of you who were brave kids, you may remember bravery wasn't a thought, it was a reaction. Before your mind could really process, your bodies were already set in motion. You had no clue what the outcome of this motion would garner. You just knew you had to do something differently. Fear causes you to make the same mistakes every time these obstacles come your way. We've done this before, and we are where we are because of that. It's funny, we fill these chambers and pour our hearts out when most of the time your minds are already made up. But take just a moment and ask yourself, am I making my decision today based on cowering under the shadow of a bigger, more boisterous obstacle present? Or will I remember the kid or somebody's kid and choose to react with bravery?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Kenneth Duncan, then Aki. Kenneth, then Aki.
How you doing, Council? I stand before you with my daughters, hopefully will be future leaders here in this city. Hello, Renee, Rick Jennings, Phil, we met earlier this week. I stand to represent Marina Vista, CV Circle, the forgotten community here in Sacramento. We're an active nonprofit there in the projects. Let's just be real, what it is, it's the projects. And I've been there on the shoulders of Mr. Roberts, who actually gave me the grace to come into the community as a young college student. And I've been there for almost 12 years now. I asked to be considered for the Measure L. Like Mr. Roberts said, like we would like to be explained these processes a little better. We weren't in the top 10 scores, but we're doing the work. We're in the community 3 to 4 times a week. Just this last 2 weeks, I had 2 kids shot. And then last year, at least 3. So it's getting to a point I can't even keep count of how many youth we're losing and being wounded to gun violence and senseless gang violence. But we're more so a prevention program. We're working with the babies from 1st grade all the way to 12th grade. And then we get called and, ask for favors to do more things in CV Circle after a baby is killed. But we're doing the work when babies are living and thriving. We got kids in college who get overlooked because they're not the kids being killed. I got kids at HBCUs who are in Ball Out Academy, they're in Black Boys Build, and they're in these prevention programs that need support from the city. So I stand before you asking for you all to support our organization and think about the babies my daughter's age who are walking around CV Circle with no support. Yes, that's right. It's walking distance. It's walking distance from here.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Aki, then Lambert. Next speaker is Aki, then Lambert. I do want to remind members of the public you have 2 minutes to address the council, and the timer is on the screen behind me.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Aki Ramirez. I am representing CYC, but right now I am representing LGBT Youth Center. I am a youth, actually. I'm 16 years old, and I come from Elk Grove to use this space. And for me to be in there and seeing the budget cuts, I mean, it's frightening because I don't know where would I go. I mean, I use therapy for there. I have mental health, and for me as a queer person, I'm gender fluid. And it's frightening to see that they're getting rid of some things. Sections are cutting off, and well, for me, I mean, at times I feel like hopeless, and well, sometimes I just feel I want to kill myself, suicide. And well, the thing is, that place gives me hope and joy, and well, it's wonderful to be there. And well, I choose the section 1. I choose the first person who spoke here because it's hard to be by myself. That community is my family. I'm in foster care right now. I'm by myself, but that place is hope for me to be living. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lambert, then Mac Worthy, then Jaash Rousal, then Kaylee Tran.
Now, I'm hoping that the Sacramento Bee, the Sacramento News and Review, and the Sacramento Observer needs to step it up too. Now, the Grant High School Pacers football team won the state championship, and when they came into these chambers, I was here. And what did I tell them? When you finish taking your photo op, you let me step in there. And what did I ask for? For those of you who don't know what it's like to win it all, to the victor go the spoils. The Kings know nothing about winning it all, neither does the Sacramento Republic. No, it has nothing to do with mockery. We're talking about winning it all. That's right. And these are teenagers. That's right. What did I say? What did I say when I came up here? You should be paying attention, coach. You should be helping with this. For instance, when you win it all, you should have a parade. The city of Sacramento never gave these teenagers a parade. They never did give them any tickets to go see the Kings play. They never did give them banquets. They never gave them anything. And by the way, some of them graduated last week, so they'll never have a parade because they've gone on. And this $17 million, a lot of it comes from cannabis. This type of money should be coming to Del Paso Heights because of what they're doing for this city. They're making this city look great. And you mean to tell me you can't find money to give these teenagers what I just stated? I was here when you were doing your photo ops, and I said, what about job applications? They still.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mac Worthy, then Josh Rosal.
Money for youth. You know, I live here a long time. All this theater today, and you give 2 minutes about youth. You know, I got something happening at my house. Guns. I can't get the report. I'll get it in front of you before. I want to go to the FBI, John. Pat, you got corruption in your law enforcement. Very serious corruption. You got some of the best that I've met in the law enforcement. It's sad, people, to have the corruption that you have here, and nobody addressed this corruption. It's sad that you can't get a report back for 4 to 6 weeks from the police department. Now, that's a camera and audio in that camera. You could have people sit down and get that out. But you rely on a lot of bullshit when you should be theater you use today. Why didn't you use that theater tonight to help people with their babies? It's because of your ignorance, no leadership, no management. Some people here should be in jail here making decisions. The corruption. Why is the corruption there and you accept it? Why are people getting awards with the corruption here? Because we don't have the people in the city, the neighborhood can stand up because they are on a little grant here. and go back. I told your previous mayor, you cannot make it off grants and bonds. You got to invest. You don't have the wealth in this town that personal investments that can come here. People are poor here, and they'll do anything for $1.
Next speaker is Joash, then Kaylee Tran.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Joshua Saul, and I reside in District 8. I'm 18 years old, and I'm here as a youth advocate representing the Reclamation Project at 916. That is a 100% youth-ran grassroots social justice organization dedicated to supporting the marginalized communities within Sacramento County and throughout the state of California. Now, I'm here today to remind us of who this fund is for and to think of what support of this fund means long-term. As someone who works closely with our most vulnerable community, these being my friends, family, neighbors, I'm grateful that efforts are being made through this budget to support our youth, but these efforts can only continue with the full support of this fund, as building up our youth, our future community leaders, is something that can only happen with time and attention. Now, we need to focus on making sure this fund is one that truly invests in the future of our community, not just one-time solutions. We need to make sure that it is with the city's full intention that the goals put in place through this budget are with our youth in mind. The city has a duty to invest in preventative rather than reactive actions. That's right. We must focus on ensuring the future of our youth, the ones who will be inheriting this community and who will tend to it. If we do not plan for long-term investment now, future generations will be left to correct the consequences with no foundation to build off of to do so. Our young people are our future and our present. How we respond today will define how safe, equitable, and livable our city is for decades to come. Please ensure the general fund includes equitable youth investments and prioritizes youth violence prevention, mental health, and homelessness prevention. I thank you for your time and leadership. I believe we can make lasting progress with thoughtful, forward-looking investments. Thank you.
Then Cow Yi Tao.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kaylee Tran, and I'm an incoming senior at Sheldon High School. I was born and raised in Sacramento. As a resident who is part of the developing generation that will be responsible for Sacramento in only a few decades, I'm here today to urge us all to think about the long-term impact of this budget. I appreciated seeing the council's support and facilitation of our growth by restoring violence prevention funding and protecting city roles that support equity and inclusion. It gives youth like myself reason to become better people and build a better future. We can't just focus on one-time solutions. Without support systems and available resources, many are left with no choice but to rely on crime and violence to make it out of their unfortunate situation. These are preventative and cost-effective solutions that provide a restorative path for youth to thrive and become the productive citizens of Sacramento that we need. If we continue to prioritize short-term fixes and reactive spending, future generations will inherit the consequences, both fiscal and social. They'll have to redo the work this council failed to do. Is that the legacy that this council wants to leave? This budget deficit is not just a financial issue. It's a moral one. Please ensure the general fund includes equitable youth investments and prioritizes youth violence prevention. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Comments? Cow Yi Tao, then Sandra Vang.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Listen to our youth. Listen to our youth. Earlier, we talked about Pride Month and Gun Violence Awareness Month. So I know that this council supports these things, but show us in your investments. Don't just say that you care about youth and families, show us in the budget. The reality is that if you wanted to, you could actually fund all of these youth programs. All of them. Measure L was never enough, and I can't imagine if we didn't have Measure L, what baseline we would even have. Measure L is not enough. It is less than 1% of our budget. So you all talk about supporting our youth and families, but But instead of investing in our youth, you are increasing the police budget while making significant cuts to youth parks and community enrichment, to programs that are actually employing our young people, preventing crime, and making our neighborhoods beautiful and safer. Investment in prevention saves us money, and it is fiscal responsibility. I am disappointed that this council did not explore all options when only one council member, Councilmember Vang, dared to evaluate reallocating police vacancies. And we know that there are inefficiencies and mismanagement of those overtime funds. It shouldn't take courage to evaluate all options on the table. This is the minimum of your job as a policymaker. So please be a responsible policymaker. And that means being transparent. We've been waiting weeks for you all to consider these two scenarios. So if there is something else that's floating around that we, the public, have not been aware of, that is a breach of community trust. Fund all of.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Sandra Vang, then Marbella Sala, then April Javist.
Good evening, Mayor McCarty and council members. My name is Sandra Vang, and I am a youth organizer with Mount Innovating Politics. I am from District 8. I want to take a moment to express gratitude towards the organizers behind the Sacramento Children's Fund and our commissioners for holding down the work. They truly have the youth's best interests in mind. At times when things feel uncertain at a federal level, it's even more critical that we protect our local investments in youth people, or young people. These funds are created with a purpose, and using these funds as a replacement not only breaks trust, but also puts our future at jeopardy. Aside from the two scenarios that was presented a few weeks ago, there has been news that there's a third scenario floating around right now, and it's really important that if that's occurring, that we're transparent and staying true to the SIP still. Please do not further delay getting funds out to our community. Thank you for your time, and happy Pride.
Thank you for your comments. Marbella, then April.
Good evening. I just realized that when I come up here, I don't introduce myself. I'm Marbella, and I'm the Measure U Commissioner for District 3 and also President of Garland Northgate Neighborhood Association. I'm here just to reiterate what I said last time, a couple of weeks ago. But I also want to just commend Darrell Roberts for acknowledging the fact that he ranked #1 because he had the infrastructure to complete that application. He had the wherewithal to do it. And he also acknowledged that smaller community-based organizations that are doing difficult work, that are doing the work in the community, didn't have the infrastructure to respond to an application that was designed, I don't know if it was consultant or whoever, the application was designed as a barrier to those smaller community organizations. And I hope as you deliberate, you take that into consideration and make some modifications. And my last point, it still is a shame that we read the land acknowledgement of the importance of being on Native American land, yet not one Native American community-based youth organization is receiving this money, and that's a shame. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker is April Javist, then Maximilian Rosa.
Hi there, my name is April Javist. I'm with the Sacramento Literacy Foundation. I want to thank the staff and the supervisors for allocating funds to our organization to our culturally relevant book giveaway for patients 0 to 5 at WellSpace in Scenario 1. WellSpace primarily serves low-income, undocumented, and homeless patients, which is why we're working with them. Research shows that reading is correlated with nearly every positive and negative life outcome, including mental health, employment, and incarceration. I know all things that people here are concerned about. Research also shows that books in the home is as important to a child's college trajectory as their parents' education and job attainment level. So right now, more kids cannot read at grade level than can in Sacramento. Councilmember Vang, I would like to thank you for your leadership on this initiative. I really appreciated the words you had 2 weeks ago. Very clear, very understandable. Mayor and council, thank you for your partnership in getting kids ready to read, and I look forward to working with you over the years.
Thank you for your comments. Maximilian Rosa, then Nadia Nazi. I have 10 more speakers.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I know many of you through the work I do in the community. I'm the Director of Sustainability for Sierra Service Project, the CEO for Shroom House Mycology. We're opening up a mushroom farm in Rogers District, also my neighborhood where I grew up in Del Paso Heights. And I'm one of the Measure U Community Advisory Commissioners as well. I had some remarks prepared, but I'm going to speak from the heart tonight because I'm feeling very motivated by some of the youth who commented earlier. We are being recommended for funding, and we're very grateful for that. Also, the scale of funding available is very minimal. I've spent a lot of my career grant writing to fund the work in my community that needs to be done, because a lot of opportunities just don't exist for us in North Sac, South Sac, and many communities across the city. The scale of work that needs to be done to address issues of youth, which I've spent my career focused on, because as a youth, many of those programs did not exist, except for Daryl Roberts and the Roberts Family Community Center, who's been around forever. So much appreciation to the work they do at CFF. That was one of my first jobs out of college. And I'm here to say that there is a lot of collaboration that can be encouraged. I wrote our grant and we scored one of the highest scores. I'd be happy to provide technical assistance, workshops, host them at my office so folks can have enough time and opportunity and figure out how to craft a compelling and strong narrative. That will still not address the issue of there not being enough funding for everybody. I say this as somebody who asked for the absolute maximum, that I'd be willing to sacrifice some of our money to make sure some of these other organizations can get funding as well. And the last point that I need to make to the young lady who said she considered suicide is that we love you and we are.
Thank you for your comments, Nadia. Nadia, then Heather Haight.
Good afternoon, Mayor McCarty and City Council members. My name is Nadia Niazi, and I currently serve as the Vice Chair of Sacramento County's Juvenile Justice Commission. I've also been a proud resident of District 7 for over 30 years. I've spent much of my life working to support young people in our community, particularly those facing the most difficult and vulnerable circumstances. In my role, I work closely with youth, navigating complex challenges, aging out of the foster care, re-entering society after involvement with the justice system, or struggling to find stability with family or community support. These young people aged 16 to 24 are often the most at risk, including LGBT youth, youth of color, and those with histories of trauma and disconnection. Without meaningful intervention, too many of them will fall into cycles of homelessness, incarceration, and unemployment. To address this, I founded FITRA, 7 years ago, a nonprofit based in Sacramento that provides paid job training, life skills development, and long-term mentorship. FITRA is one of the most innovative, impactful programs we have in Sac County. What makes us different is our approach. We don't focus on managing problems through mediation or crisis response. We help youth become their own solution. We proposed expansion, including critical education on issues that includes their life, including drug and gun violence prevention workshops. Despite our proven track record and deep community roots, I was disappointed to see that FITRA was not included on either of the funding scenarios presented to the City Council. I respectfully urge the City Council to revisit the allocation of Measure L funds. Even partial support will allow us to continue delivering hands-on training, structure, and mentorship to youth who are too often left behind. Due to the recent federal funding cuts, we are at risk of losing essential resources to keep our program running. This is a critical moment, not just for our organization, but for the youth who rely on us to help them navigate a way.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Heather Haight, then Michael Melton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Heather Haight, the Executive Director of the Greenhouse in District 3. I'd like to speak to both the budget and to Measure L. I want to thank you for the great questions that you asked last meeting about Measure L and the work that you've done since in response. One thing I've been thinking about since the last council that stuck with me is that there were no Native and Indigenous CBOs or efforts on scenario 1 or 2. There are many tribes that we acknowledge at the beginning of each city meeting to express gratitude and honor to the many tribes who have stewarded the lands that we live on for generations upon generations. And to put this gratitude into action, to reciprocate in some ways, I would ask the council prioritize funding these CBOs in our budget and in Measure L's distribution. And I also appreciated the comment made by Julie Roten from Stanford Settlement, who observed that 85% of applicants for Measure L were CBOs, and agree that it makes sense to offer 85% of the funding accordingly to the most vulnerable and marginalized youth in our community along those lines. And finally, it has already been raised by many on the council and our youth here that the youth are the future who are going to be sitting here on the dais in the future. And so I would ask that the budget reflects this critical investment in our youth in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Melton, then Amber Stott.
How y'all doing? I'm Michael Melton, the rapper named Red Boy. Off top, I want to say it's crazy that y'all thinking about giving the police the drug money, you know, after years of arresting people for selling drugs, and then turn around and want to give them the drug money. Y'all need to give that to the youth, okay? It's either you give it to the youth programs or the youth is going to be programmed in a juvenile hall, jail, or prison, or dead. You know, the Robinson Center changed my life for the better. You know, I worked there when I was young. That was my first job. You know, amongst others, Daryl Roberts is a great mentor, and you know what I mean. His after-school programs was real good. It was tutors there. It was help. You know, if you played basketball, you know, a lot of people grew up. You know, if you stayed out of trouble. I put my sons there. They played basketball there. St. Paul, we played basketball there. Was a good place, and then moved to El Paso Heights, and it's still a great place. And I want to. Just let y'all know that y'all need to put the funding to the youth, you know, because without giving it to the youth, it's like idle time is a devil's playground. You know what I'm talking about? That's why all this violence is going on. We don't want to fund the police to put our kids in jail. We want to fund programs to keep our children out of jail. We need wood shops. We need metal programs. We need all kind of different things. Because what if California separates from everybody? It looks like we might even separate from Trump. What if we become our own country? We need to train our children up right. They are the future. We need more programs to stop the violence and to help the youth. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you guys very much.
Give your comments. Amber Stott. Following Amber is Abu Sai. Amber. Amber. I have 6. So following Amber is Abu Sa.
Oh, I thought you said Amber Stott.
Pardon me?
I thought you said Amber Stott.
I did. Please proceed.
Okay. Great. Food Literacy Center started right here in Sacramento at a school in Oak Park. As the founder and CEO, I am excited to announce that this year we reached 23 schools just 14 years later. And the Sacramento Children's Fund grant offers us the opportunity to make significant progress on our goal to expand. Over the course of the grant, we plan to double our reach, and our nonprofit is significantly poised for growth. We are currently the most requested after-school program in Sac City Unified, and we serve all of the schools in Roble Unified, and we have a wait list of schools that are interested in our program across the city. Demand for our program is high because it works and kids love it. In a community with a 40% childhood obesity rate, which primarily strikes children who don't have enough to eat, our program offers a food justice solution that builds both healthy habits and resilience. Our solution to this problem received a high score because we have years of successful program delivery under our belt. Our program works. 94% of our students fearlessly taste a new fruit or vegetable every week in our hands-on cooking and nutrition program. Kids tell us that the favorite part of our program is getting to try new foods. In the most recent school year, we reached Sacramento students in districts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8. We're eager to do even more at a time when the need for our programs is at an all-time high. So thank you for your consideration of the Sacramento Children's Fund.
Thank you for your comments. Ayub, and then Lauren Puello.
Good evening to the Vice Mayor and all council members. I'm here to represent FITRA. I'm a volunteer there, and pretty much we're a nonprofit organization that helps youth who are coming out of detention centers or juvenile to stay out of homelessness, and we give them paid jobs and show them how to get a paid job and keep it. We lost our funding due to the federal funding cuts, and right now we're having a hard time staying open. Any funding would be appreciated. We didn't make it to scenario 1 or 2. It's really hard right now with the way things are. We don't have an AC system in our warehouse, so that's kind of hurting the youth in the summer, but as of right now, any funding would be great. I'm here to ask the Vice Mayor, Mayor, or any of the council members for help, and it would be muchly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lauren Polito, then Barry Ackius.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lauren Polito, and I'm here as a lifelong resident and member of our LGBTQ+ community, and to show strong support for the Sacramento LGBT Community Center when considering investments from this measure and future budget allocations. Thank you to Councilmember Vang for emphasizing the need to back resolutions with meaningful financial and budget support. And thank you to Katie Maple, Councilmember Maple, and Councilmember Kaplan for bringing forward this resolution celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month and LGBTQ people. I don't believe this was purely coincidence that along with funding for our youth, we're hearing on the same evening as honoring this resolution. As a city that proudly became the first to declare itself as a sanctuary city for trans people, Sacramento carries a responsibility, not just a symbolic one, but tangible commitments to safety, equity, and support for LGBTQ youth. We know the statistics surrounding LGBTQ youth regarding mental health, suicidality, and about the dangers our youth face when they do not have affirming spaces. But beyond the numbers are real people. Young people, a few from which you heard tonight, who need our support now more than ever. The Sacramento LGBT Community Center is one of the only places in our region where LGBTQ youth can access culturally competent mental health care, affirming services, and community. As federal funding continues to be stripped away, we need our city to step in and step up. I urge you, honor your sanctuary city commitment, not just in words, but in action. Include the LGBT Community Center in our city's budget for youth mental health, because our youth can't wait, and they deserve more. They deserve to survive, and they deserve to thrive. Thank you for your time, your leadership, your consideration, and hopefully your support in including the Sacramento LGBTQ Community Center in investments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have 3 more speakers, Barry, then Kim Talker, then Alberto Regaldo.
Good evening, City Council members. Barry Axius, Voice of the Youth, founder and CEO. I stand here more than frustrated, but disappointed that time and time again, we have to fight for the crumbs of the city to save our youth. To continuously have to go back and forth with other deserving organizations that do the work, and to be in this pit of fire to figure out who can have the best narrative on paper, but sometimes that doesn't translate in the real work on the ground and on the floor with people that really do the work on a day-to-day basis. I'd rather get your funding than get your recognition. I don't need awards, I just need the funding and the support. And if individuals are telling me, because each one of the districts, I have youth there that participate in the Voice of the Youth program. Each one of your districts, I've probably done a vigil there. I've supported families. So I'm being patted on the shoulder and being told you're doing a great job. Thank you for all that you've done for our youth. Where does that show in the funding? Where does that show in the support? we're in June and we're in the middle of mayhem when it comes to violence with our youth, and we still have no funding for any programming. Bodies upon bodies, vigils upon vigils. I could promise that I've probably been on more vigils than I've probably went to graduations, and I've went to a lot of graduations. But the frustration is we know every year what is going to happen. Around April, May, things start sparking up. For the simple fact that we always have to come back to this table and fight for funding, and we all have to be pit against each other to get funding, is asinizing, it's diabolical, it's frustrating, and it's not fair. Everyone, and I clearly say everyone should be funding, stop showing us that you do not care.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. The next speaker is Kim, then Alberto. Kim, then Alberto.
Can I go first? Do you mind if I go?
Kim?
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. My name is Albert Regalado. I'm the president of Sacramento United Soccer Club. We serve over 1,000 kids each year, kids from all over the city. I'm here, first of all, to thank you for investing in our youth, as they are the key to our future. I think we all agree on that. Here to support utilizing Measure L funds to replace the all-weather field over at Granite Regional Park, as it will offer many benefits to the greater Sacramento community, youth, and the Sacramento United Soccer Club in furthering our mission. Here's some ways that we foresee that funding benefiting everyone, relating to everything we've been hearing about today, and empowering our youth. Measure L in Sacramento aims to support programs and services for children and youth under 25 years old. Key goals of Measure L: support mental health and emotional health of children and youth. This involves providing mental health counseling. We have a mental health resource page trying to normalize the discussion and remove stigma. We believe that participation in sports like soccer can have significant positive benefits to mental health, reducing stress and anxiety for young people. We believe that we help to prevent youth violence through engagement, discipline, promoting an active lifestyle. We provide all these resources through our programs. We are educators. We see ourselves as educators who utilize soccer as the tool to better prepare our youth for the world ahead. This field allows us to provide resources year-round to many low-income families. We keep many kids safe and off the streets. We do this through our leadership opportunities and our youth mentorship programs. We have work programs for the kids to get real-life experience and work experience there. We work in partnership with the city, utilizing the facility that we maintain with pride, and we really have a sense of home there. So once again, we want to thank you for the...
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kim.
Hi, my name is Kim. I have two children, both boys, and they belong to Sacramento United as well. I wanted to come here tonight to provide you a little bit more of a background to our club. Statistically, our club is broken down in terms of 63% are minority. About 49% of the club members are Hispanic and Latinos. In addition to that, 47% of our members reside in a Title I area. So in that sense, you can tell that we definitely need your support and your consideration for Measure L for our club. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Vice Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I punched up to speak, but I'm sitting in the mayor's seat, so does anybody want to go first, or just go for it? All right, cool. All right, so I recognize that tonight is a decade in the making, a lot of ballot initiatives that went through to get us to where we're at today. And so I just want to thank everybody for coming out 2 weeks in a row to have this conversation. To the Sacramento Children's Fund city team, thank you for doing your best to navigate, to be fair, to be transparent, to not have bias, to just be a stickler to the charter and what was passed by the voters, and to the commission where we all selected different commissioners in our community to advocate for these funds. I just want to make clear that 2 weeks ago, when the scenarios were presented to us, scenario 1, 2, and then we had a community member send us scenario 3, the 2 scenarios that city staff gave us that day were strictly examples of what was possible. Something for us to react to as mayor and council. And I just feel like a lot of those scenarios gave organizations the impressions that they would be receiving a certain amount of money and that it was set in stone. But at that council meeting, we were still having those conversations because it was our first opportunity to see who applied, what their score was, what their priority was, and at that time, we didn't have the description of what these programs would do, us as mayor and council, because there was no summary, which is why I requested for it to be continued so that I can know and understand what the programs were that were being evaluated. And today, obviously, there's going to be people that walk away thinking, hey, I lost some money, or hey, I gained some money, or hey, I just was never even considered because of, the ability to write grants. And I think that there's no easy scenario that will make everyone here happy, or full mayor and council happy. And each of us has had the ability to ask staff to create, different scenarios based on geography, fund goals, and districts. And we can do our best to balance the fund goals and districts equitably. And so this is the question for us today. I mean, we have the 2 scenarios. We can create our own tonight of what we would like to see. And I think that the questions that we ask ourselves is, do we pick one of the fund goals and funnel all the money to that fund goal in this round based on the highest scoring applicants? Do we pick one of the most underserved districts and funnel all the money there for this go round? Philosophically, do you choose fewer organizations who get more money or more organizations who get less money? So instead of the 80%, do you pick 70%? Do you pick 60%? And if you pick 60%, then you're able to fund more nonprofit organizations that applied, more nonprofit organizations that maybe didn't have the ability to write fancy grants, which last time we had this conversation, we heard that from everybody here saying hey, the people that don't have professional grant writers just didn't score as well as the people that do. So if we decrease the percentage of our nonprofits of who is getting money from 80% to 70% or 60%, then it could give the opportunity for some of the lower scoring nonprofits to get some money. And that's a decision that we can make here tonight. Do we give less percentage of the ask or more? And then some organizations requested the most. Some organizations applied for $1.5 million, while some organizations applied for $300,000. And then the ones that did score for 1.5, sometimes those are the ones that have more professional grant writers and are getting more money. And that leaves out the $300,000 grant application of that really tiny small nonprofit that did the best to their ability. And so I think that as we deliberate today, council comments and questions and move forward as the next step, that's a question for all of us to ask. Do we go with one of the scenarios staff has already presented? Or do we say, hey, we want to fund more nonprofits, and maybe we reduce the percentage of 80% to 70% of what they requested? And so I do believe that the process can be better. As mentioned, there's smaller organizations that were left out, and we can do this again in 3 years and make some changes and work with the commission to help set these parameters. There was 5 categories that we could have chosen from 0 to 5, gun violence, really learning, in what I think for the next time the commission should focus on, hey, which of the 5 priorities that people can apply for funds do we want to focus on? Gun violence, today we passed a resolution on that, so maybe we should have focused more of the monies, 40% of the monies, to gun violence versus only 20% to 0 to 5. And so for the future, I think we need to be more thoughtful on this so that everybody kind of understands the direction of what we're looking for and the values of the city of Sacramento to be able to just be more fair and transparent in this process. So that's all my comments for right now. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Talamantes. I didn't queue up because we have a proposal in front of us that was given by your staff, and so I was hoping that you would explain this proposal before I make my comments. But I'm happy to make my comments, and then if you want to present your proposal, that would be great, just because I want to have a better understanding of it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so if you can propose, if you can present that, because it was just given to us on the dais, so so that we can share that with the community, that would be great.
Okay, cool. So I worked with Councilmember Dickinson on a proposal that allowed that reduced the community. So right now, the community-based organizations that were listed in scenario 1 were being funded at 80%. And so I thought, why not give an opportunity to more organizations and fund them all at 60% instead of the 80%? And if we did the 60% of the awarded, it allows for 3 new organizations to also get a bite at the apple, and maybe more can.
Thanks, Mindy. If you can pull that up, that'd be great so the public can see it. Thank
Can we
you.
get the document camera, please? Doug, can we have document camera, please?
It's basically like scenario 1, except for we reduced it from 80% of the organizations getting money to 60%, and that allowed for 3 new organizations to be eligible. That's it.
That's it? Okay, so I'll make my, okay, thank you.
I guess I'll just repeat it.
Okay.
So right now, staff has 2 scenarios. And the first scenario, it's 80% of nonprofits being funded at the level that they were asked. If we do it 60%, it allows for 3 more organizations to get a bite of the pie.
Okay.
If that's okay with my council colleagues, great.
Say no grassroots.
Because we were trying to figure out how to incorporate grassroots into grassroots organizations, because last time we had a lot of council colleagues say, hey, we want grassroots organizations to be able to get more funds, but they got more points through the grant application funding for being grassroots.
Thank you. Just point of order, Vice Mayor Talamantes, so that you don't have to respond back to the audience, because I know this is the debate among the council now, so just wanted to. Okay, so just a few things. So first, I just want to say thank you to all the young people and community organization who showed up today. I am always inspired by our young people, because you all give me the courage to do the work that we do every single day. So I just really want to say that you are all brilliant, intelligent, beyond measures, and I'm just grateful that you were able to have the ability to show up in this space and share your lived experiences. I know that this vote was delayed 2 weeks ago because we wanted to make sure, as mayor and council, if we had more questions, if we wanted other scenarios, what would that look like? And so I did support the delay of the vote in particular, and wanted to be a good team player to ensure that all my colleagues had all the information they had. And so we are here today. It is 3 years since the passing of Measure L, and I just want to thank the Oversight Commission, all the commissioners that I see in the room today. Thank you for all your hard work. And I also just want to take this time to thank Renee, Julie, and Jennifer again for your hard work. I want to acknowledge that the process isn't perfect. There are critiques that I have about the process as well, and I know that there are many lessons learned, and I'm hoping that we will apply those lessons learned to improve the process, and I'll provide those comments shortly in terms of how we can improve. But I really just want to take a moment to say thank you again to the young people who worked really hard, because they knocked on doors, campaigned so that we could force this mayor and council to set aside funding for young people. And as I shared before, many young people who fought for this, fought for the ballot measure and fought for this funding, many of them are actually no longer youth themselves. They are now parents. So as I will share, and you heard from the comments, the Sacramento Children's Fund only makes up less than 1% of our annual budget, and our young people deserve so much more than minimal support. They deserve all the opportunities in the world and consistent investment. And so, I shared 2 weeks ago that, I was hoping that there would be organization in Meadowview and Valley High that would score high, and that wasn't the case, right? So I was a little bit disappointed. But I also, took a moment to step back and recognize that, what I don't want happening is that we're pitting youth programs versus youth programs. I said this last time, but I do believe that we're still fighting for crumbs, right? Next item on the agenda actually is our budget. So I hope that y'all will stay for that item to speak your truth about that item. in terms of the proposal in front of us, I really do appreciate Councilmember Talamantes submitting scenario 3. And I will also say that scenario 1 and 2 is not perfect, right? Like I shared earlier, there are lessons learned that we need to apply for the funding round in 2027. And I did just get this literally like right before the council, so I did get a chance to just scan it and analyze it a little bit. And I do have some comments about why I would not support scenario 3, and why I would still support scenario 1, even though not perfect, because there's a lot of adjustment and improvements that needs to be made. One, I believe, 2 weeks ago, Vice Mayor Talamantes did note in her comments that, we only have $1, right? And maybe perhaps we need to focus our intention and be more intentional, right? And this proposal actually, I feel like, actually counters that statement because it stretches the dollars even more from 80 to 60%. And I just want to stress to folks that the grant itself is over a 3-year portion, and so that grant is actually divided by all of those organizations, so it's actually still not a lot of funding, right? Even if you go with scenario 1. The other piece is that the current proposal in front of us doesn't stay true to the SIP, the Strategic Investment Plan that the Commission worked on, and also what Mayor and this council voted on, which is to ensure that we also support grassroots and emerging organization. Now, some of those grassroots and emerging organization may not be organization that you wanted to fund it, or even what we wanted to fund it, but they follow the process and they were in that category, right? And so if we go with this option up here, we actually would not be in line with the SIP, which was recommended by our commission and voted by us, by mayor and council. And then lastly, I just want to say there is no perfect scenario. But what I will say is that there is a better scenario. And the better scenario is ensuring that all of the investment that we want, because we're saying, how many fund buckets can we fund? How many youth programs can we fund? The best scenario is making sure that, our ask and those investments that we want to see be reflected in the general budget. That's the best scenario. I do believe, however, that this round of this process in particular does need improvement, and just some requests to staff in particular. After this round and when council votes on this, I do believe that we need a more in-depth analysis of the entire RFP process. There should actually be a report that comes back to the commission and the council about what lessons were learned so that we can make adjustment for the next round. I would actually like to make a motion on, because there's no motion on the dais right now, but I would like to make a motion to move forward with scenario 1 with direction that, 1, staff work with the commission to staff actually comes back with a more in-depth analysis of the entire RFP process, report to the commission and the council of lessons learned so that we can make changes in the second round. And then at the same time, I would actually also like to request staff to work with the commissions to better define strategies. And I say define strategies in terms of fund goal because while the intent of these dollars were to reach our most vulnerable youth impacted by violence, poverty, and trauma. And I'm not saying that the organizations that are going to be funded, that they're not doing that, right? But I want to ensure that that really is happening. And how you do that is by being more specific in the strategic investment plan, by laying out perhaps the strategies of what we need to do to reach those groups in particular. So if justice involves youth only for youth violence, then it is, right? And so I would love to see a more specific definition of the fund goals through the SIP, and obviously leaning on our thought partners on the commission to help guide that. And so those would be my recommendation. I think we should move forward with scenario 1, while not perfect, apply lessons learned with those direction. And so those are my comments, and I hope that my colleagues will support scenario 1 moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Vang. Councilmember Maple seconds that, and Mayor Pro Tem Guerra is up next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to second that motion as well. One issue here, I think I would ask if the maker of the motion and the second would also ask as part of the direction to find a time to review the SIP as well, and both at the commission level, at the council level. Is that if they concur, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I accept. Absolutely. I think it should come back it should go to the commission first, because I think our commissioners probably have a lot to say about the process, and then it can come back to the full council. But yeah, I think we do need to apply lessons learned so that we can improve the SIP process.
Very good. And I think that first of all, I think that the scenario that was presented today, without putting any judgment on the approach, just the sheer point that it cuts out the emerging applicants or emerging CBOs, that goes against the SIP that we voted on. So if we're going to, and I'd ask if we could, if the crowd could please allow the council to deliberate here too. But the important thing here is that if we approve a SIP, that was on the council. So if we're going to not concur with the SIP, then we need to change the SIP. And there are other things that the council has said that they don't agree with after the review. So I think it's important for us to make sure that as we're moving forward, we're giving clear direction to the commission on how they're grading, because if not, it's not fair to the commission or the applicants. They're going off of the scoring standard that we voted on. So I think that's the important thing there. It's that the clarity and transparency. Under this scenario, frankly, my council district would actually gain by I think $500,000. And but again, that wouldn't be fair to the applicants and the work that the commission has done to put together a proposal here and what the staff has proposed. I obviously have concerns about how the SIP is divided up on the percentage standpoints, particularly for those that are other entities that have a lot deeper pockets than the city of Sacramento. So to me, I think that's definitely an area to resolve. And also, in the future, I hope that the commission and the council put a much greater weight on the issue of supporting the areas of 0 to 5 as well. Because I think what occurred here under the best scenario, and there's no perfect scenario, is that what occurred is exactly what I had mentioned would occur before, which is that there are very few advocates for those who work in the 0 to 5 realm. And that tends to happen all the time. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Councilmember Vang, for this effort. Again, I think for many of the other organizations that have taken the step forward to support that. And then finally, we heard some remarks here from folks that are at Granite Regional Park, and I know some of our youth that were out here today already left, because they also had soccer practice later tonight, and to show you how this facility actually goes late into the night, because now that we have actually lights in there, that, by the way, the parents cobbled together some money with the city to actually put together. The importance of also maintaining our public facilities that help youth year-round. And so on that point, I do want to thank the Vice Mayor for recognizing the need to be supporting our city and public facilities, because without those, then we actually don't have the infrastructure to support our youth too. So glad to support the motion, and thank you all the staff and the CBOs for the work that they've put here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to touch on your point to city staff, did the commission get the opportunity to weigh in on this at all post the scoring?
No, per the charter, it's not part of their commission duties, power and duty.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Okay, thank you. All right, sounds good. Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I will be brief because I know we still have another big item before us, which is the budget. But I want to start by thanking the staff. I know this is, this is the first time around. So I just want to thank you for all your work, for staying true to the process and for working with everyone. I know it hasn't been easy. I know there's a lot of different opinions about what should be done or not. And I'm sure you can talk to as many people and get as many different opinions. And so just thank you for your work. It doesn't go unnoticed. I also want to thank Councilmember Vang for all of your efforts over many, many years, and with many others on this dais too, to make this a reality. It's first time. I think we're going to learn a lot. And so I really, obviously seconded the motion, but say I really support the idea of going back to our commission as often as we can, getting feedback from them, because that is their role. And so with that, I also want to thank my commissioner, Dave Vaughn. I see you in the crowd. Thank you for being here, even though it's at 8:30 p.m. at night. And so, I think that there's some difficult choices here, and maybe there was no one best way of doing it, but I think scenario one is the best way that we should move forward now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out from an analysis of the process moving forward. I also want to thank Vice Mayor Talamantes for thinking outside the box too. I know that just because we have a lot of different opinions, myself included, about do you have smaller CBOs, do you not, do you fund this fully, do you not, how much goes towards the city, how much goes towards CBOs. It's a challenge, and I think we'll learn a lot over the years, so thank you for being willing to do that. And so with that, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kaplan?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As I was with Councilmember Vang 2 weeks ago, I was ready to move forward on scenario one, and I'll just reiterate, because I think it does need to be said. Thank you to staff. This was created from nothing. It was created from advocacy, and it was created from words. Words don't always equal a process that is easily understood, that accomplishes what we want the words to accomplish. So it is, and I think we should take this as a learning model. I don't think anybody was intentionally left out in the funding process. I ask staff a lot of questions. Renee knows this. I probe and I ask why. Why this way? Why that way? My commissioner, Gina, will know I send her a lot of questions. Why did the commission do this? What was the commission doing? Did the commission do this? Why did you think this way? Because it is important, we as the city have said, that our commissioners should have a voice and should represent the community. And so it's also important, knowing the background of my commissioner and why I appointed her, that her opinion matters. She did have a chance to look at the brief scenario 3 and got back to me and said that doesn't meet the intent of what we as a commission and what I believe as a commission we want to do. So it's not only that I think it's important when a new proposal is brought up that I have an opinion, but my commissioner, who spent all that time working with staff, has an opinion, because they dealt with this day in and day out, and we gave them that, charge to do that. I'm in agreement with the motion and the second, as well as looking at the SIP, because I have questions. Specifically, as we look at public other entities, good for Sac City for applying, but 40% of our children live north of the river. Did somebody reach out to Natomas Unified, Robla, or Twin Rivers, who have just as many unhoused and homeless children? Why should only Sac City get the benefit? And don't get me wrong, this is a gripe I have had in the 2 decades I spent as a Natomas Unified School Board member. Natomas gets ignored and Sac City gets everything because everybody forgets about north of the river. So is it fair just because Sac City is bigger and had matching funds? But isn't that also the responsibility, and this is me having spent 2 decades as a school board member, isn't it my job as a school board member, when you're an elected school board member, to take care of your unhoused kids that you get special federal funding and additional funding for? So why are we spending our city money to help another elected public body do the job that they should already be doing and investing in? That's a policy question that I think we need to dig into at the SIP, because I don't believe that creates equity. And a very different, I get I'm a council member, but what are our school districts doing to fund to help their most neediest? And that's where I go back to where Councilmember Guerra brought in 0 to 5. That could be more of our avenue that we look at, because those kids generally are not in school except for TK maybe at 4. So you look at the 0 to 4 and what's being done, because we know that first 5 are the most important years when we talk about literacy and safety and trauma, and making sure these kids grow up and don't have the violence and trauma in their life so that they can make good decisions. So I am very supportive when we review the SIP, and because I know several commissioners are here, we really got to talk. Do school districts and does the County of Office of Education, should they be eligible to get some of this funding? Because a significant amount of funding went to Sac City and went to SCOE. Great programs, fully supportive of those programs, But was that really the intent of Measure L when they have a significant amount of budget and should be doing this? Or should they be lumped in with CBOs? You know, like, but that's a conversation I think needs to be had with SIPs as we look at that, because I will tell you, while I am supportive of scenario one, I do have a heartburn, not because I don't support what Sac City and SCOE is doing, but we're taking our money that we should be doing for Sac City kids and for the time they're not in school. I really believe if we're to make the maximum, we've got to look at the time they're not in school and fund that. It is in alignment when we fund the SIP to make sure we have emerging and grassroots. And I will go back and say this because I specifically asked my commissioner. The city did do a great job in outreach, and they did do a good job offering small and those who did not have permanent grant writers to know how to fill out the application. So any suggestion otherwise to say it was racist or that the application was meant to keep people out is a flat out lie. And it's disrespectful to our city staff for the work that they did to accuse them of that. Because they're all small, there are small and emerging CBOs who did get funding that attended these presentations that learned how to fill out these applications and make it happen. So, thank you, staff. I'll get off my high horse and we need to get on with the budget. Thank you for everybody with that you've done. I am in support of scenario one, and I really am looking forward to the data that we get and how we fund this and what happens for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to give some credit here to Councilmember Talamantes, who I worked with to look at an alternative approach. Now, I want to take a step back here, and I want to add my thanks to the staff, the commission members, all the members of the community that participated in this process. But we all have to recognize the hard reality. We don't have as much money as we would like to have to do all the things we need to do. That is the fact of life. And so we have to try to allocate the resources that we do have available in the way and manner that we think is going to achieve the greatest positive outcomes for the most people in the city, children and families in the city. And so recognizing that very disdainful, if you want to look at it, that reality, Councilmember Talamantes tried to come up with something that expanded the reach and gave more of a mental health focus. As it turned out, that's one of, do you focus your money in one place? Do you focus your money on one subject? Do you focus your money on one particular pursuit? These are all questions for us. So I do think that providing that alternative deserves at least the credit of having done that work and stimulated the kind of discussion we've had for the last 10 or 15 minutes. For my part, I can count, so I understand what the outcome on this motion's going to be, and that's fine. It would be fine if it was scenario 3. The real questions I think we can't really grapple with effectively here. They will be subject, and they have been to comment and postmortems, and then an adjustment of the process for the next round, as they must and should be. So what we have to do is try to figure out the best approach we have before us with the money that we've got. A majority clearly thinks that's alternative one. or scenario one. I don't criticize that. I think there are some different ideas that could have been productive as well. But fundamentally, I think we have to recognize that whatever we do, there's going to be a lot of good work done. There's going to be a lot accomplished in our communities, but we're not going to be able to help all those that we would like to do all the good things that they can do too. And so, by definition, we will only be partially successful. The success is important, but the challenge of reaching success with the remainder that are not going to be able to enjoy funding and support from the city, reaching success for them has to be our remaining goal. And I'm confident, given the work that the staff and the commission and the community has done in participating in what we have before us tonight, will be as robust and as dedicated to making sure that we're asking and answering the questions that we have seen raised here and that will be raised following what we do here tonight, so that we do make improvements and adjustments as needed and necessary for the next round. I came this evening. I'm prepared to support my colleagues' alternative, which we did work on. But I think that it's important that we hopefully speak with one voice on this. So I'll support the motion.
Okay. And I'm also happy to support scenario one. And I just want to say, like, throughout this new scenario, to show like what's possible when you decide whether you do 30, 40, 50, 60, 80% of what people apply for. And I think that we all just learned a lot of lessons here on this first process, and taking it back to the commission to really just correct some areas and some areas of improvement, really focus in on how we want to do these grants and which areas we want to focus on, I think is going to be incredibly helpful. So I'm happy to support scenario one.
Councilmember Guerra?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor and Council. I made a grave error, and I forgot to thank my Measure L Commissioner, Lillian Ghaffari, and she came here with her Deputy Commissioner, 8-month-old Cyrus, here tonight. So thank you so much, Commish, for that, and coming here with your staff support as well. So thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Well, thank you. We have a motion, a second. I just want to note that this is our first shot. So we'll be back 3 years from now, and I'm sure we'll make some adjustments, whether or not. I think that the notion's a good one. Councilmember Talamantes, Vice Mayor, I'd rather pick more winners than losers. Overall, we all would. Whether or not we want to focus more of a split on different areas and issue areas, or more to nonprofits and less on government agencies, I think we'll take a look at this first 3 years and go from there. But the big picture, as I said 3 weeks ago, is, Roger, you started this idea 17 years ago and crashed and burned a few times, but here we are now, the fruits of that labor. And we talked earlier about youth violence. I know Councilmember Vang's been on us over and over about not jeopardizing and eliminating, lowering funding for our youth. And you'll see in the budget in a little bit, we're not cutting any programs for our youth. But with this, we're, I think, doing the math, roughly doubling the services that we're providing and programs for our young people, our future. So we should all be excited about that. And with that, we have a motion and a second. Correct? Yeah, we do. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Hearing none. Item passes. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. Okay, next item. City budget.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. I'm Pete Coletto, the city's finance director, and I'm happy to present to you tonight budget for adoption. So before I start what I promise is a very brief presentation, I just want to express my thanks and gratitude, first and foremost, to Murthala and the budget team, who've really been working tirelessly, developing the budget and providing information. To Mayor, Council, the City Manager, and the Assistant City Managers for their leadership. To the department heads and their staff for their partnership, and to the public for providing their input. Building a budget is really a team effort, and that's especially true when we're making really difficult decisions as a city. So as I mentioned, your council has been through its budget deliberations. What we're presenting today is really going to focus on the adjustments that reflect the consensus of council and provide a balanced budget. So first, I want to start with the budget restorations. Again, this reflects really the consensus that we heard on May 20th, and that went to Budget and Audit Committee. We will have the small business relief option for the fire prevention fees, lowering the fee increase for small businesses, $500,000 for the fuel network. We'll be restoring the position in the Office of Diversity and Equity. We will not be charging for residential parking permits, and as the mayor mentioned, the youth violence prevention contracts are restored. So I also want to mention here, so there were some concerns around senior fee increases. So we are only going to increase the fee for non-residents. So City of Sacramento residents participating in those senior programs will not see a fee increase. The other thing I want to highlight here, as you know, we eliminated a number of filled positions to balance the budget. But as of now, I'm very happy to report that no city employees in those positions right now will need to be laid off. So the city manager directed, and HR and the departments work to find other vacancies to place those employees. So those $3 million of restorations need to be funded. And so here is our plan of funding. So utilizing a small portion of the federal funding reserve, the Measure L funding that you just approved for the library, which freed up general fund, a reclassification or a reflection in the budget of current city attorney staffing levels. This will revert to the higher level classifications in fiscal year 27, so it's a one-time solution. The use of from some projected fund balance, and then the elimination of vacant positions in the city attorney's office, the clerk's office, and the treasurer's office. We also had a number of technical adjustments. These are minor adjustments that occurred too late to get into the proposed budget. So we are shifting the emergency management department from the city manager's office to the fire department. There are a number of position add deletes. There's the action of the compensation commission. There are some labor and other offset adjustments. And then we can utilize some fund shifts to maintain our road median mowing service levels. So where does that bring us on our forecast? Well, we are balanced for fiscal year 25-26. But again, we still have this structural deficit, and so we are projecting deficits in the out years. One important thing to note for fiscal 27 is this projection does not include state homelessness funding through the HAP program. So the governor, and just to provide an update on that at the state level, I have some good news and bad news. The good news is the legislature has included it in their package that they're going to bring to the governor to negotiate. The bad news is they are including roughly half of the funding that was in the last round of HAP. So we are hopeful that we will get some HAP funding, but it will most likely be less because that $500 million that the legislature is putting in is going to be the ceiling. So there were a couple of other items that we discussed at Budget and Audit Committee as we prepare for future year budgets. So we will be coming back in the fall with these two items. They also reflect concerns that we heard at Council. The first is a vacancy analysis. So we'll have departments provide an analysis of the impact of eliminating every vacancy older than a certain amount of time. And we'll have a really in-depth session of that, about that at Budget and Audit. And then we'll also be discussing potential policies to bring to council around balancing further out than the budget year, either balancing or within a tolerance but we'll have those discussions and advance any policies if appropriate. So as you're considering the budget and the long-term financial status of the city, there are some pending factors that we've discussed throughout this process. First is the economic uncertainty and risk of recession. We don't know when one may happen, but obviously that would adversely impact our finances. There are very real threats to our federal funding. It's something we'll continue to monitor and update council about. There's the future of the HAP program, which I was just talking about. As of now, the governor has $0 in the HAP program. The legislature is proposing a significant reduction, and we don't know what will happen in future years, even if they are able to work out a deal this year. And then we've discussed the long-term liabilities that the city has in its pension and deferred maintenance. But I'd really be remiss to end on a negative note because there are a lot of positives in this budget. So while we still have a structural deficit, we've made real progress. Back in February, that $60 million deficit for fiscal year 27, that was $100 million. So that reduction is really due to the ongoing balancing strategies contained in this budget. And as council adopts in future years, more ongoing strategies will make our budget position stronger. The budget advances a number of council priorities. It maintains homelessness services funding for our shelter beds and other services. It includes a transportation safety team. So this is those quick builds to make our roads safer. We have a number of infrastructure and facility improvements, including the badly needed renovations in the North Sac and South Sac libraries. So while we made a lot of difficult decisions, there are a lot of critical services being funded for our community. And while we have unfunded liabilities, council adopted policies earlier this year for when we do have one-time savings to start creating funding mechanisms to pay those down. And over time, that will improve the city's financial position. So staff is recommending that council conduct a public hearing and adopt a final budget and capital improvement program, and we are happy to take any questions.
So Mayor, I have 35 speakers. Did you want to take those now?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm going to call quite a few so that we can line up in the aisle. Daryl Roberts, Cao Yi Tao, Sandra Vang, Paul Andrews, Keon Bliss, Michael Barnbaum.
Mayor, City Manager Daryl Roberts. Mindy, I'll continue from where I left off. When Jim Ketty of Youth Forward, David Kakashiba of eBase, and myself first pushed for funding through Measure G, the history lesson. The Dedicated Youth Fund 7 years ago, which was the precursor to Measure L, Measure G would have set aside 2.5% of the general fund budget for youth investment. We did this with the recognition that our city needed to rethink its commitment to investing in our youth. You know, part of the challenge with the flip of putting Measure L before the budget, many of the leaders who really need to hear this have left. And many of our young leaders and our youth development specialists really need to understand the budget is where we really have to begin focusing on. Today, I repeat that call that we as a city and you as a council, you as council members, you must courageously find ways to increase the investment in youth needed for us to truly become a world-class citizen. I said before I was cut off, 25 vacant police positions would add probably about $4.5 million to the violence prevention funding line. Prevention and intervention strategies are a part of public safety, and we must think that way for things to permanently change. You're in a seat to rethink and redirect thinking. We encourage you to use this opportunity. I encourage you to use this opportunity and in future budget years to think about different approaches than looking to Measure L to answer all of our challenges. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Cao Yi Tao. Cao Yi Tao. I'm not seeing movement. Sandra Vang. Paul Andrews. Following Paul is Keon Bliss, then Michael Barnbaum.
Have you seen the violence that's happening in Los Angeles? You probably looked at it with angst. You probably thought, how could that happen? I can tell you how. People like you leaning on their cowardice. People like you leaning into the narrative spun by a police union that will threaten you as being against law and order if you don't increase an already bloated budget. And rather than having the courage to push back against that narrative, rather than having the courage to fund community programs that stop crime before it ever is a glint in someone's eyes as something they need to do in order to survive, rather than push back your own narrative of restoration, of humanity and empathy, you go along with the status quo. What's happening in LA is the status quo, with ever-increasing police budgets nationwide. Every single police officer in here and numerous pearl-clutching people in the community with good and bad intentions will lean into the fear tactic. The fear tactic that started with white flight from the inner city and continues today. Continues to drive irrational fear rather than lean into an alternative narrative that doesn't accept police union talking points as gospel. The city adopted a resolution in 2019 that stated that public safety includes more than just police. It includes preventative measures, measures to interrupt violence, measures to address the needs of disenfranchised people before they become desperate. And then council proceeded to give the police raises in the intervening years totaling $100 million. What that tells me is that this body does not believe in crime prevention, only in creating more victims on both sides of the law, those driven to crime for survival and those on the receiving end of crimes that they are victims of, and that didn't have to happen. Fund community over incarceration, and not just the safe communities that have your ear, but also the ones where people are working so much that they don't have the time to yell at you. The last thing we need to do is save money for vacancies as communities suffer.
Thank you for your comments. Keon Bliss, then Michael Barnbaum.
Budgets are a reflection of our values and priorities as a community. And one of the biggest priorities that we all share is to build a safer, healthier community and meet the needs of all Sacramento residents so that everyone may thrive. Communities are safest when people have what they need to live, not just survive. That means consistent access to food, clean air, and water, stable housing, health care, education, and dignity. When those needs go unmet, we are pushed to the margins, forced to make impossible choices. That's not a crisis of morality. That's a crisis of policy. Police have never delivered on safety because their best work comes after the harm is already done. And year after year, the Sacramento Police Department bleeds taxpayer dollars through lawsuit settlements and bloated overtime under the guise of public safety, while leaving our communities with less transparency, less trust, and less actual safety. Even as every department across the city is being asked to make painful cuts to programs and services. How did we get here? Why are a majority of you too afraid to even touch the police department budget? Simple answer is follow the money. Since 2014, the Sacramento Police Officers Association has funneled over $90,000 in campaign contributions to 7 out of 9 council members here. How much has MOA paid each of you for tonight's vote? $6,800 each for Councilmember Dickinson, Councilmember Pluckybaum, and Councilmember Guerra. Over $8,000 for Councilmember Kaplan. $10,950 to Councilmember Jennings. And $13,000 to Councilmember Talamontes. And congrats, Mayor McCarty, you are the Blue Ribbon winner. You received a whopping $38,000 since October. That's a return on investment exceeding $120 million since 2014. You are public officials, and you have a fiduciary responsibility to make good use of city taxpayers.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Michael Barnbaum is our next speaker. Keon Bliss, you've exceeded your speaking time. Please stop speaking and take your seat. If you continue to make comments, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're now in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council's Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Please take your seat. Michael Barnbaum.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Michael Barnbaum, rising in opposition to the 25-26 city budget. It does not provide enough resources and investment to youth, community centers, and violence prevention programs. When we invest in our youth, we invest in safer communities because when we invest in youth, more is possible for them to get opportunities they otherwise wouldn't have been able to get. Nobody wants to get up and see a fight or some act of violence that is not good local news that matters. We will be getting answers if that is what we see. We're going to be making phone calls to 10 on your side and capturing that on late news tonight. It is not what people want to see where the news comes first and it begins with breaking news. So now I want to hear from the community on this topic, very important to the city budget. Want to hear your testimony and your phone calls coming in. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Sacktown Sports 1140. And more of that testimony is next.
Next speaker is Kaylee Tran, then Josh Rauzol, Mario Guerrero, D'Angelo Mack. I don't see Kaylee. Is Josh here? No. Mario? No. D'Angelo Mack? Following D'Angelo is Rashid Sadiq, then Stacy Anderson, then Flo Kofer.
D'Angelo Mack, resident. Today, you all passed 2 unanimous votes for a pathway to move forward for new stadium. I'm of the belief that we will see faster response for this than passing a resolution for safety. 5 years ago, we passed a public safety resolution that redefined what we consider safety. It was unanimous as well, right? The thought was that we would begin to really include community in the process, right? The people who are closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. But we do understand what speaks. The reason why the resolution for the stadium will get more response is because you value that more. You value that because you value dollars. You heard Brother Keon talk about how much you've gotten from those different entities. We know that there is money in a place called police budget. There are vacancies sitting there while people are dying. You got answers in the audience begging you to give them the funds to support the community they know and the community that trusts them. And yet you are sitting on your hands for vacancies, right? I believe I'm here to remind you of who you are. You're the people's champion. Do it for the people. Do it for the people.
Rashid? Is Rashid still here? Stacy Anderson, then Flo Kofer.
Rashid Sadiq would lift up love always, and I want to say that a little louder, lift up love always. And we've been talking about the budget, talking about police. When is it time that we talk about what's really needed, and it's care for our communities, for our kids? Put the money into the programs, into the communities. Mayor, Kevin McCarty, I've known you for a long time. We've been in the battlefields around a lot of things. Police reform, now we're talking about police budgets. Be bold, brother, be bold. That's all we're asking. We're asking you to be bold, not to put people out of work, but to use unused dollars that's been rotating for 5 years. For 5 years. If they would have used it, they would have used it 5 years ago. Come on, we're laying people off. We got 56 Parks and Rec folks that's laid off because you guys don't want to use unused dollars. And every year, they run up the budget. They have folks who are beat cops who are making like money like Chief Lester. Come on, where's the policies? Where's the accountability? There would be no business run like that. Nobody gets to do that, hold his cash dollars during a time like this, and you're still paying Howard Chan $400,000. Come on, it's mixed management. It is not a deficit that can't be handled. Do bold things, make good decisions, take care of our kids. Come on, Kevin, come on, brother, come on. Prove me wrong, prove me wrong. I voted for somebody else, prove me wrong. Come on.
Here's Stacey Anderson.
Good evening, I'm Stacey Anderson. I'm speaking on behalf of National African American Civil Rights Organization, known as NACRO. So let me remind you, when you invest your money, where you invest your money is where you invest your values. If our youth are underfunded, then our priorities are misplaced. Sacramento's budget is a declaration of its priorities. If youth, especially our marginalized youth, are absent, then the city is failing to invest in their future. Public safety is not just policing. It is prevention, opportunity, engagement, and empowerment. Yet, while millions remain allocated to vacant police positions, our youth programs, parks, and violence prevention initiatives struggle for funding. Sacramento's budget must reflect a true commitment to its future, not just in words, but in dollars. Our youth deserve more than scraps. They deserve investment in career pathways, leadership development, entrepreneurship, mental health, sustainability, and access to parks, recreation centers, and the arts. These spaces are not luxuries, they are lifelines that provide young people with safe environments, creative expression, and community connection. When we fund youth, we create a city that thrives, a city that plants the seed, lets them lead, and ensures they succeed. Our young people are not an afterthought. They are the leaders of tomorrow, and Sacramento must fund their success today. If we want a safer, stronger, and more visionary community, then we must demand a budget that reflects that promise. Will Sacramento invest in its future, or will it continue neglecting the voices that need it most? Let tonight be the turning point. Invest in our youth. Empower our future. Fund the spaces that shape them. A safe community is an empowered community. It's in your hands. The time for action is now. I'm here. I'm not here to be.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Flo Kofer, then Leah Shank, then Karen Kay.
Good evening. I'm going to ask for the courtesy of your undivided attention, something I noticed that not all of the speakers were afforded this evening, and something that should be the minimum since we were given 2 minutes to appear before you. Tonight, I want to appeal to your humanity. I know most of your backstories. Almost all of you grew up poor. 4 of you grew up with immigrant parents. 3 of you either experienced domestic violence or homelessness. And all of you were once kids. Kids who thousands of people invested in to get you exactly where you are today, on this dais, to represent the people of Sacramento. There are 500,000 people in this city who are counting on you to take their money and invest it in places that are going to make them safe. For the last 6 weeks, I've had the privilege of working at New Tech Early College High School. And I had 28 students, 28 Black students that I was specifically working with. And I wanted to make sure that all of them had summer enrichment programs. And you know what I discovered? Something that shouldn't be a surprise to any of us, but that the majority of the programs that are available cost at least $1,000 a week, or they simply don't exist once you turn 14. Because we focus on the kids who can't stay home by themselves, but once we think you're okay, we just sent thousands of kids home who have nothing to do until school resumes in August. Our budget should be invested in that. Councilmember Kaplan, you're absolutely right. We are not SCOE, but we are the city of Sacramento. And when I look around and when I attend an Oak Park Neighborhood Association meeting on Thursday, and I hear that we're working on trying to crack down on sideshows, and that the majority of the people participating in them are kids, I think to myself, yeah, because we've given them nothing to do. This budget is morally wrong. Those vacancies should be cut, and you all know exactly what to do. And I'm calling on you tonight to do the right thing. Invest in Sacramento. Thank you.
Comments? Leah Shank. Don't see Leah. Karen Kay. And then Stephanie Duncan.
Leah Shank with Impact. I do want to put some things in perspective for you all, because I think there's a lot of things that are missed in this conversation. But I think you underestimate us as organizers and as CVOs. I think that you guys have a blanket identification marker that you classify us under, and you don't realize the work that we really do. We get the calls that you never get. We get the calls that don't go to the police because there's a distrust with the police. We get the calls where families don't have any food, they don't have housing, their children are not home and they don't know where they are. Or we get the calls where a youngster has a weapon or a weapon is turned against him and he doesn't know what to do. We also get the calls where we are at the yellow tape with the bodies on the ground. And we have a weeping mother, sometimes father, that are there trying to figure out if that is their child or not. And then we have to stand there when they find out that it is their child and they fall to their knees or fall to the ground, and we have to see them weeping time after time after time. And that's who we are. That's the service that we provide. We're providing a service. We're providing a service that none of you want to do. And so I hear you guys talk about a lot of numbers. I hear you guys talking about this budget. I see you fiddling around with paperwork. And at the end of the day, we are going to lose more lives. That's just the reality. Because that's what's happening, is that we're losing lives. Children are dying on these streets of Sacramento because nobody is centering them in the conversation. I've heard nobody talk about the youth other than Mai Vang. So I want to put a name to that, because Julius Chaney should be here today. He's a 15-year-old child that had a whole life ahead of him, and he should be here, okay? I heard his mom say to me that she feels like he was failed and that all her son was a dollar bill, and that's true. We all failed him with the help of you guys, because you won't empower us or give us the tools and the resources to do what we need to do for our community that we know, that we see, that we work with all the time. I have a 15-year-old son at home. He's a Julius Chaney, and he deserves to live too, a long life.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Karen Kay. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Your time is complete. Karen Kay. Following Karen is Stephanie Duncan, Dan Tibbetts, Brooke Miller-Jacobs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been here before, you've heard me say this before, but I think it's important to say it again. The majority of Sacramento residents want a well-funded, well-trained, and well-equipped police department, one that's backed by their city leaders. It's time to end the reckless rhetoric about defunding the police. That approach has failed. Just look at cities like Minneapolis, Portland, Seattle, Austin, Baltimore, to just name a few. Money was diverted from the police department in these cities and crime surged, and those same cities came back begging to restore funding. Let's not go down the same path. You cannot demand law and order while undermining the very people who provide it. Our police officers continue to show up, protecting and serving the city despite the lack of support from some of you. And then you wonder why recruitment is down. Maybe it's because of how some of you treat the ones that are still here. And unless you're willing to do the training, wear the badge, risk your life, and possibly not make it home, refrain from criticizing those who do. Be grateful for their service, support those who keep us safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Stephanie Duncan. Stephanie, then Dan, then Brooke.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephanie Duncan, and I'm a renter in District 7. I just want to reiterate what I said a couple of weeks ago, that the priorities of every city should be to maintain essential services. This is picking up trash to keep the city clean, having clean water and sewer services, maintaining our roads, and most importantly, keeping the community safe by funding our police and fire. Without these essential services, the city ceases to function properly. I hear over and over people talking about there's these vacant positions, money for vacant positions that is unused. That is not accurate. That money is used for overtime. Our police department is understaffed. That money is used to provide overtime for the needed staffing of officers that we need on the streets. Without that overtime, we would have even less officers than the 641 that we have. Just like if I went to work and no one was there to do my job, someone would have to pick up the slack. These officers are picking up the slack. I also hear over and over how the police has the largest budget ever. Absolutely they do, but do people understand what's in that budget? It includes money for pensions. It includes equipment upgrades and replacements. It includes cost of living adjustments. It includes so many other elements that people do not consider at all. It's not just going to active officer salaries. So I please ask the city council and mayor to continue to support the police department because they are understaffed, underfunded, and underappreciated. Thank you.
I'm feeling the quarterback there playing video games.
Dan Tibbetts, Brooke Miller Jacobs, Skylar Henry. I do want to remind members of the audience, please do not shout out from the audience.
Good evening. My name is Dan Tibbetts. The city of Sacramento has a major crime issue. A reason for this is we don't have an appropriately staffed police department proportional with our population density. Currently, there are approximately 90 vacancies within the police department. The budget for these vacancies is currently being used for paying overtime for the current officers. The law-abiding citizens of Sacramento greatly appreciate the hard work and dedication of our police officers currently protecting us. However, massive overtime is not sustainable. What is needed is to hire people to fill the vacancies within the police department. This would avoid burning out the officers already on staff. However, with the proposal to defund a portion of the budget for these vacancies, overtime versus filling vacancies could have been a moot point. We law-abiding citizens do appreciate the strong desire of most of the council members to support law enforcement with a minimal cut in positions. And we encourage you to adopt the current proposed budget regarding our police department without any further cuts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brooke Miller Jacobs, then Skylar Henry.
Sorry, it was me first.
Zion?
Please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone, again. So for me, women lie, men lie, but numbers don't lie. So every time we come here, we fight for Measure U, Measure L, kindness, equity. We used our Black community, our Black youth. But the percentage of when you see how much the Measure U money, the budget, racial equity, I don't know whatever happened to that too. We need to have a specific separate fund for our Black kids. Our Black kids are dying every day. Nobody's doing something about it. Everyone fight for Measure U. Where is the money? Even Shauna could not even qualify. And then you're telling me that's not systemic racism? It is. The way they put the grant, how you qualify, it is absolutely racism. Go and look at it, how you qualify. That's why we need to have a separate racial equity. Where is it? Even in Measure U, we need to have a separate racial equity specifically for our Black youth. Where is it? Do you see it? I hang out with all the Black leaders here in Sacramento. They don't get nothing. Nothing, zero. That's why our kids are dying and they're suffering from lack of nutrition, for lack of housing, lack of education. But the money is invested in every other community but in our Black community. And that is not, I'm not lying, show me the numbers. Show me the numbers, how many percentage of the budget comes to in our community. I'll be surprised even if it's 1 or 2%. So if you don't specifically use the fund to invest in our community, you use grant writers, they get paid, and they write some good grants, and you give them the fund, but it's not coming to our community. So we need our racial equity as soon as possible for every budget.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Brooke Miller Jacobs.
Welcome to my neighborhood. I'm in District 4. Why do we think this is acceptable? Because it's completely unacceptable in my neighborhood and in the city of Sacramento. Why would we think about cutting the police department when this is happening? I don't know how many people in this room get down on their stomach on a regular basis calling 911 because their house gets hit by a bullet. Unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Skylar Henry, Alicia Jaffe, Kenneth Duncan, and then Lambert.
Hey, nice to see everybody again, or most of you again. So I'm not gonna try and appeal to you or try and convince you to do anything, because I have been at enough of these to know that, like, how cynical this process almost always is. So what I do want to do is kind of back up what Keon was saying. And it's not that it's surprising that everybody takes money from the police and then we make our decisions based on what the police are asking for, but it is surprising that it happens for so cheap. Like, I won't go into IEs and all of that because that's a whole murky thing, and whatever. But like, just in direct contributions from the police association, it's less than $70,000 for all of you up here to just give them whatever they want whenever they ask for it. The return on investment has been like, what, like, I mean, let's put that in, like, in the last 5 years or something, let's just multiply it by 5. $350,000 gets you $100 million over the course of 5 years or something like that. Like, I don't know. That's the part that's wild, is that it's not even that they can pay, that you get paid to, like, consider their opinions above everybody else's. It's that it's so little, and it's such a bummer because we just spent so many hours hearing from children's groups. We're picking and choosing who we can pay and what we can do, and like giving them this little tiny little piece of it is because kids don't have an association where they can come in and pay into your campaigns. So I don't know. I guess that's it. I had a whole bunch of stuff to say, but I mean, it's people do deserve to feel safe in their neighborhoods, and I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But to really achieve that, you're hearing people, the cops have more money than ever, and people are still, playing Fallujah off of their cell phones. It's going to take courage. It's going to take imagination.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Next speaker is Alicia Yaffe, then Kenneth Duncan.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Alicia Yaffe. I'm a resident of District 4. I first would like to speak to, a lot of the folks in the room who are in support of the police. I understand that we all want to feel safe in our homes and where we live. I also live in District 4. However, police don't prevent crime. Police respond to crime, right? I have a master's degree in conflict analysis and resolution from George Mason University. I studied white supremacy and racism in the United States. My understanding is that continuing to support police departments in their current existence is supporting the existence of white supremacy, and it is moving those issues forward. The police department here in Sacramento has received a $116 million increase in budget since 2019. That, all of these people who are experiencing crime previously and right now, that's happened after that increase in the budget. We need to look at different solutions that help prevent violence among youth, solutions that get families fed so they're not worried about where their next meal is coming from. solutions that actually serve the unhoused population here, that aren't a 311 call that just gets those people swept, which is inhumane. It gets their stuff stolen from them, and they're unable to get those things back. This is inhumane, it's not fair, and it is not what I, as a person who moved to Sacramento a little over a year ago from the East Coast, want to see out of my city. I'm a new resident of Sacramento. I'm one of those people that moved to California when other people are leaving. Please consider my voice as a new resident and as someone who knows some things about policing, recidivism, and white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kenneth? Kenneth, then Lambert, then Mackworthy, then Veronica G.
Hello, Kenneth Duncan, founder, CEO of Ball Out Academy. I bring my daughters. Luckily, they don't have school tomorrow, and they hanging out. But I don't want the wool to be pulled over their eyes when they're in their teens or in their 20s trying to advocate for their community, because they're seeing it. My daughter just said, "Daddy, are they even paying attention?" And she's a child. So, and that was just something that my baby witnessed. And to District 4, we're in there, man. I'm in there daily working with the community, working with the children, and our kids are getting shot left and right. Just like the lady said, she got bullets hitting her house, but we're trying to do more prevention. I'm only there twice a week, and I believe I'm one of the only grassroots organizations in there working boots on the ground. I know we have food literacy and street soccer, but they're not in CV Circle. I'm in CV Circle, Mr. Roberts in CV Circle, and we've been there. And we just want our kids to have an opportunity, and they don't. They're getting written off as gang members, just as trouble, and then we're putting money into the police, and the police who come to our community don't even know our community. I got pulled over by 10 cops after a program I ran. Me. I had to pull my cards out and call Phil in the office and let them know I was stereotyped, I was profiled, and my babies were with me. And that's me, so I can only imagine a 25-year-old young man with dreadlocks who's 6'4", he might have got killed that night. But it was me. Luckily, I was able to pull out my card and talk the talk and say the people I know and drop some names. But not everybody has that opportunity or has been in the community like that, and I just don't wish that on my brothers and sisters in the community. We're not only in CV Circle, I'm at 14 schools in Sac City Unified. So a lot of
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Lambert. Lambert, then Mackworthy.
Clerk, I'd like to make a motion to extend this meeting past 9:30 p.m.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Passes. Lambert?
I've told you that I come to City Hall to study you because I'm a native. Yes. Rarely did I come here. And I don't regret coming here, but I've seen enough, especially when this budget is approved, because that means the money will be out there. Now, as a person who has run his own business from the ground up, I've never heard of structural deficit in my life. Structural deficit is a term that masks mismanagement. That's what you have here. You also have dereliction of duty on display. Now here's Lainey Milstein. It's okay for her to leave, but where's Howard Chan? Where's the other city managers that are making six figures? If you take that money and put it into, I'm for Del Paso Heights. I don't make any bones about that. That's why I mentioned about the Grant Pacers team that has not been acknowledged at all. Here they are, just graduated from high school last week. I was there, and they still talking about to me, why didn't we have a parade? Why didn't we get to go do anything? Why didn't we get any banquets? And I didn't say budget. I told them it's systemic and institutionalized racist practices at City Hall, mainly in the city manager's department, and I have caught them on many occasions sabotaging our business, and we still gonna succeed without it.
Thank you for your comments. I have 10 more speakers. The next is Mac Worthy, then Veronica G., Allegra Taylor, David Gonzalez, Guy Renfro.
When people are here that cause this corruption is still making decisions, how do you have that to happen when you knew Milstein is part of your corruption? Howard Chan, they should be in jail. You cannot get over that and say, we're going to build a city. All the stuff saying, we're going to be a big-time city. This is where your problem is. You cannot drive a car with 2 flat tires. And that's what you're trying to do. All that theater today was about nothing. You knew she was here all the time. But yet still you put up that, oh, what you could do? People, where is the manager report? Nowhere. Nowhere. But yet still here is a corruption, making decisions, and you letting it go by. And none of you say a word. But yet still you telling the people that we gonna do this and you ain't gonna do a damn thing but keep corrupting this city. That's all you're gonna do. That's all you're gonna do. It's not just the police department, it's here. That's right. Roger, you got a problem. It's amazing to see. We know when it was a black mayor and 4 city council. A trick stayed. A liar stayed. Why? Because he only said I and second. That's all. These are the things that you have to solve in the city before the city move forward. A city cannot move forward on grants and bonds. People, it's sad to see that this is why.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Veronica G., then Allegra Taylor. I don't see Veronica. Allegra Taylor. David Gonzalez. Okay, Guy Renfro. I'm Allegra Taylor. All right. Nope, you're up, Allegra.
Well, good evening, City Council members, Mayor. Listen, it's a waste of our time to come here and talk to you, I know that. But maybe one day you guys will listen to somebody. We stand with the children that I knocked on doors with, the children that had boots on the ground voting for Measure L. In regards to the police monies, that fund is a fund that's sitting there that can be used now. I was sitting in counseling today with one of our youth that's facing a case. I got to go to court with him, okay? And we're not one of those organizations that was funded, by the way. So I'm not speaking because I'm getting paid. In addition to that, it is very disturbing to know that all of you city council members being paid by the police are the ones that's going to be making the decisions about the police. Few of you city council members, as this man behind me spoke about the history of Sacramento and his 40 years, and that piece of paper that you guys didn't allow him to put on the screen, it talked about what he was asking for and what was going on here in Sacramento in 1981. That's 40 years ago. The same things on his sheet is the same things we're talking to you all about today. The same thing. You know, it's a challenge when we see the clique within a city council. When we see the city council members clicked up and doing stuff with the mayor and stuff like that. Some of you are corrupt. I'm agree with him. I've got some of you on tape showing your corruptness in the city of Sacramento. It's a shame when you go against the people that's volunteering and spending their time unpaid serving your city. It's a shame when city council members put a stop to volunteers volunteering in places like, let's say, State Fair, Cal Expo, Art and Fair Mall. Yeah, State Fair, Cal Expo.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Guy Renfro. Is Guy here? No. Mo Kashmiri. Following Mo is Moise.
Hello, Mo Kashmiri, resident of District 4. I agree with the speakers that we need to be voting down this current budget proposal and adding more money for prevention and youth services. You've heard that quite a few times, but I also haven't heard reference that we need to be looking at directing the city to look at additional revenue sources such as soda taxes and getting rid of our regressive business taxes to make them more progressive. Those are ways to get in more money so we can get more of what we need. And ultimately, real public safety means we need prevention. We need communities that have the resources they need to succeed. And it's up to y'all to do that. So we're looking you to do the right thing, invest more money for youth prevention, youth services and prevention. Thank you.
Give your comments. Moise, then Rhonda Rios Kravitz, Nicole Kravitz Wirtz, and Matt McDonald. I don't see Moise. Rhonda Rios Kravitz. Okay, following Rhonda is Nicole Kravitz Wirtz, and then Matt McDonald.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I live in District 7, and I want to thank the City Council for its commitment to funding the FUEL network. However, we are facing an urgent crisis. Masked ICE agents are arresting community members without warrants, conducting workplace raids, and tearing families apart. They are targeting ordinary people doing ordinary jobs, not criminals, not insurrectionists. They are targeting working members of our community who are our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. This is a perilous moment in our history. Given these escalating threats, additional emergency funding for FUEL's efforts must be considered in order to provide critically needed legal protections for undocumented residents. It's time to reduce police overtime spending and instead prioritize true public safety programs through essential programs like FUEL, as well as restoring funding to youth, parks, and community enrichment department and the Office of Violence Prevention. We need to ensure long-term sustainability by funding those services outside of Measure L. Measure L is not enough. Public safety allocations must focus on community well-being, equity, and social services. We must reinvest police department funds into public programs that take a public health-centered approach to safety, not criminalization. Community members and advocates in the city are doing vital work to redefine and reimagine what real safety looks like in their neighborhoods. They are making the case that increased public safety does not come from additional police officers or overtime, but rather a dramatic reinvestment in critical resources that address the root causes of trauma, economic insecurity, housing displacement, and drug abuse.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Nicole Kravitz Wirtz, then Matt McDonald.
Thanks, Mom. Mayor, City Council members, good to see you again. I'm Nicole Kravitz Wirtz. As the District 7 representative on the Children's Fund Planning and Oversight Commission and member of the Sac County First 5 Commission, I'm hopeful and encouraged that the nearly $18 million in Measure L monies will soon be obligated to fund children and youth services that create health and safety by addressing the root causes of injury and illness and by providing purpose, opportunity, and stability for young people, families, and communities before problems occur in the first place. Thank you for your collaboration on this effort, but I remain concerned that these funds are only a drop in the bucket. Youth services constitute something like 1% of the budget, and it's unfortunate that ultimately even this relatively small amount of funds are being used to balance the larger city budget. especially, for example, by conditioning monies for the Office of Violence Prevention against investments in library infrastructure when both can and should come from the general fund. We should not be balancing the budget at the expense of our young people and at the expense of vital community and supportive services that we know contribute to a wider and more sustainable ecosystem of community safety while leaving police monies untouched. And on that point, as a professor of violence prevention and public health, I want to highlight a study recently published in the Health Policy Journal, the Millbay Quarterly, that used nationwide data to show that every $100 increase in per capita police expenditures, there are thousands of years of life lost to mental health and violence-related deaths in vulnerable communities. And by contrast, local government investments in public services like education, housing, community development, and hospitals, rather than more money for police, contribute to life-sustaining improvements in health and safety outcomes. So I appreciate all of your service to the city, and I hope that in the years to come, as we continue to face these budget shortfalls, that we can count on each of you to act courageously and not in the status quo, and to fund non-law enforcement, community-driven.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Matt McDonald is our final speaker. And Matt is our final speaker on this item.
Good evening again. Matt McDonald with the California Apartment Association. As we've said before, we're opposed to a budget that increases the burdens of the city's deficit on the businesses and property owners of the city through 300+ increased city fees. They should not be squeezed harder right now in the face of high inflation, tariffs, and economic uncertainty in order to cover the city's shortfall. With respect specifically to the burdens on housing providers, I want to remind the council again that rental housing is price controlled. So much of the additional revenue the city takes out of providers' pockets is unlikely to ever be recovered. There is real lasting damage to the viability of rental housing in this budget. We do accept that government sometimes is forced to make unpleasant, unpopular choices. But even if we in the business community accept that notion, this problem isn't going away after this year, to the tune of another $60 million deficit in 2026. As we've been told so many times, and again tonight, this is a structural deficit. So let's address the strategies of the structural part in the near term so that we're not back here next year having the same conversation about small businesses further carrying the burdens of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you for the lively public comment. This is an opportunity to finalize our budget. We've had hours and hours of debate led by our chair, Roger Dickinson, the Budget Committee. We've had several hearings this spring and summer as well. And so if you remember us last time, we kind of set in motion a draft and asked city staff to go back and fine tune a few items. And I just note that this is, $1.6 roughly billion budget. General fund's about $800 million. In the last hearing, we were talking about fine tuning, I think, $2 to $3 million. So hope we could keep our comments tonight focusing on just that and what we're coming back with. So I'll start off with Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And as we begin, there was one item. If you spoke to it, Pete, I missed it. But the proposed fees increases on senior programs. I think you had something to say about that.
Yes, correct, council member. So those would only apply to people who are not residents of the city of Sacramento who are utilizing those programs in the city. So if you're a city resident, you would not see a fee increase for those senior programs.
Okay, so just so everybody is clear on that, our residents in the city who are seniors who are using programs at the community centers, they will not see a fee increase. So I want to, as the budget chair, I certainly want to start by thanking those who have taken the time to express themselves, whether it's here tonight or previously, whether it's in person or by email, letter, whatever form of communication that they've used. Those comments do inform this process, and although I know many feel that they don't make a difference, that feeling, I would argue to you, is incorrect. We take these comments and sentiments into account. We all try to assess what the public will is. We try to allocate the resources in a way that we think is responsible in the final analysis, given the limitation on resources that we have. For my own part, I would note a couple things. One, we've made some restorations that I think are significant, and some of you have spoken to those tonight. We're in this budget restoring $1.3 million for youth programs. We are providing $500,000 for the fuel network, money that in the moment seems even more urgent to provide. We preserved a DEI position on our city staff, and I think importantly, again, for my part, we are avoiding layoffs. No one under this budget who's a city employee will be laid off, and I think that is a significant accomplishment given the challenges that we face. Those challenges are both in the immediate moment and in the future. As some have noted, we still face a structural deficit that we will have to confront next year and the year after. And so a significant element of our responsibility is along with our staff, is to navigate a path that gets us to a balanced budget that reduces that structural deficit and yet preserves the initiatives and the services that the residents of the city need and deserve. Now, I think as we go through that process, and a start is being made in this budget, but will be even, I think, more a focal point in next year and the year after. We are, I think, examining where our priorities are and how we meet those priorities. In principle, I don't think that any of us, although I will only speak for myself, disagree with the priority of investing in our young people and the use of prevention in our communities to make them safer, and making sure that we are helping, especially our young people and families, grow up in an environment which is positive and stimulating to them to give them a chance to succeed at whatever they choose to do. So I think that what we're doing here in this budget, in this moment, facing the necessities that we have, is a responsible budget. But it is not the end of the discussion. It is a continuing discussion. And as was indicated by Pete Coletto in his presentation, we are committed to looking at the vacancy issue in upcoming years. I think we have to look at how we can be more effective and efficient with the employees we have. We have to look at, for example, the extent to which we can employ technology and other means to allow our employees to be even more effective than they are today, because of the reality that we're not going to have an expanding workforce anytime soon. And we have to look at potential revenue sources, which we've already talked about that, such as the business operating tax as one example, and there may well be others. So I think that it's important to see, at least again from my perspective, addressing my first city budget, it's important to see this in a continuum, in a context of where are we going from a budgetary standpoint over time in the position in which we find ourselves, in the case in which we find ourselves. So for me, this budget is not perfect. They never are. But I don't want to leave this, and certainly would be remiss, without thanking the finance staff, I think, who have responded to, have given us all the information we have asked for, have responded to our requests, have been very forthcoming. We have identified areas that we know need and deserve further attention. But we also know that we need to fund our city operations, keep our services at a level as much as possible that they currently rise to, improve them where we can, and make those innovative changes over time, including in this coming year, that are possible within the resources we have. So with that, Mayor, I would move to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 25-26 operating budget and the 25 to 30 capital improvement
Can you
program.
amend your motion to open and close?
If you need it to be open to close, then it's open.
Close the door. You can't just close it. Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you to those who came to speak today in support and in opposition of the proposed budget. There is no easy decision, only tough choices that we have to make here on the dais. And so I just first want to thank all of the residents that came here today to really share your lived experience and your priorities for the budget. I also want to thank Pete and Marthala and Interim City Manager for all their hard work to get us in this moment, and also for answering all of my questions during budget debates and conversation, and even in between those when I was emailing Pete, and he's incredibly responsive. So Pete, I just really want to say thank you for answering all those questions. And I also want to take this moment to thank the mayor for including in his amendments after the May 20th debate 3 of the 4 proposals that the community members asked me to fight for. And so I just wanted to thank the mayor for that, listening to the consensus, and thanking my colleagues for listening to the community on that front. Pete, I know that we've been at this for several months now. I've asked all the questions that I could. I've also made recommendations on how we can restore critical programs by utilizing some of the PD vacancies, and I know that there wasn't an appetite for that at the last council meeting. But I do have just 2 questions and then mainly comments. The first question is, I know you sent an email to mayor and city that we're not going to be doing any layoffs, and just wanted to reconfirm that on the record. I know that when we first proposed this budget, there were 14 actual people that we were going to lay off, and I know that there was some retirement, some folks were leaving, we were looking for another job for them, so I just wanted to confirm that we're not laying anyone off.
Yeah, that's correct. So we had 12.8 full-time equivalent positions that would be eliminated, that were filled. We had retirements and people promoting. So we had, as of a couple weeks ago, or as of now, we have 7 people who are currently in those positions, and we have another place for all 7 of those people in the city. So there are no layoffs.
That's great, so no layoffs. The other question that I have, and I did share with you that I was going to ask this because I think it's important just for transparency, is that our Compensation Commission did make a recommendation to provide mayor and council salary raises. And I know that at the last debate, we talked about that if we were going to add something to the budget, we got to take it from somewhere. So I just wanted just clarity on where those salary raises will be coming from. Is it coming from the bottom line? Like, where is it coming from?
So yeah, that will basically come from available fund balance. So it will be an expense in the general fund, and we have enough projected balance at the end of next fiscal year to cover that expense.
Yeah, and that's about I think $125K or so.
Sorry, for salary and benefits, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I just have some comments. One, like I said, I appreciate the mayor adding to his amendment the restoration for three of the key things that we fought for. That's restoring the $1.3 million for youth violence prevention, restoring the field network, because they are our frontline defense for our immigrant and refugee communities, and restoring the diversity, equity, inclusion position, because we desperately need that, given that we passed a resolution last December to start operationalizing and implementing the racial equity resolution. But I do want to acknowledge that this is a win, and it's important to celebrate our accomplishments and our wins. But I want to also acknowledge that these are one-time fixes, right? And I know as a council member in my 4th year that we're going to be back here again. We're going to be back here again defending these restorations again. And I also want to acknowledge, because folks are saying that, we're not absorbing any position in PD. My understanding is that in this proposal, we are eliminating 23 vacant CSO position from the police department. So I want to acknowledge and appreciate PD for offering some of the vacancies up, even though I know they still have over 150 vacancy that's left open. But that is nothing compared to the 56 vacant position in our parks and youth that we're actually eliminating in this budget this year. And so for me, I voted no on previous budget. I usually do my very best to fight for those key things that the community wants. Like last year, it was a language access coordinator. This year, it was those 3 items. But for me, the budget as a whole doesn't reflect the transformative change that we need to make as a city. Something I just want to share, last year, our city staff actually went out to the community to ask them, what reductions would you make? If you were the council member, what reductions would you make in the 2025 and 2026 budget? And I have I actually have the ranking here, and I want to share it with my colleagues, and I emailed this to the city clerk if she can pull it up as well. And I wanted to share the survey results actually from that survey. We went out to the community at large and asked them, if you had to cut something, what's the first thing you'll cut? And if you look at the survey results, you'll see that the '1 reduction option identified by the community that city staff went out to ask was the police department. And if you look at the lowest rank, option, it was youth and parks in our enrichment program and our community development. And for me, this says something. This is a survey that we put out to community, right? We do all this hard work. We spend staff time. We do surveys. They tell us what they want to hear, and then we perhaps we do listen, but do we follow? Do we follow up and do the follow through? And so I just wanted to share this because I think it's important to, one, acknowledge staff time for doing this, putting this together, but that for me, it doesn't reflect the survey doesn't reflect the budget that is currently in front of us. And I'll just share again, last week, there was a girl that was shot in Meadowview in South Sacramento. The week before that, a 15-year-old boy was shot and murdered. 2 weeks before that, another young adult was killed in a separate shooting in the Valley High area. And as I shared earlier, that, a lot of these incidents are not isolated, and they do reflect a deeper crisis that really demands the attention of this mayor and council. And I actually had a meeting last week, and I want to share a little bit about this amazing community meeting that I had with community-based organization, with on-site management at Villa Hardin and Coral Gable, with SHRA, with school site, and even with our police. And in that meeting, Deputy Chief Monk, who used to work in South Command, who I have deep respect for, Chief Monk said, he said it himself too in the meeting, that police cannot address all of the crimes that is happening and that we need to address the root causes, right? And at this meeting, we began having conversation about multidisciplinary approach that goes beyond policing. And police was part of that conversation. And I just thought to myself that as we move forward with this, there are orgs in this space that we don't see, there's unseen labor that we see. And they're responding to the crisis, moving upstream. But I thought to myself in that meeting that, we don't have the resources right now to support the coordinated violence intervention and prevention program that is direly needed in our city. At sites like at Coral Gables, at site like CV Circle and D4, at so many sites in our city. And so the sad reality is, as we get calls about these shootings and then we go to these funerals and we're with these families, the sad reality is that we already know what to do because we've been there. And when I say we know what to do is because in 2017 to 2020, this city made strategic investment in violence interruption and violence prevention. And in those 2 years, we had 0 youth homicide. And it didn't happen because it was a coincidence, because it was great summers those 2 years. But it's because we had CBOs in partnership with PD with a holistic approach to address youth homicide in the city. And instead of doubling down on proven strategies, we've allowed other parts of our budget to grow while cutting critical programs to support these partnerships, right? And so for me, Roger actually said this at a press conference actually yesterday too, that for every $1 we invest in prevention, we get $7 back. And I was trying to look for that research, and I found another study. It didn't give me the dollar, but it said you would get 5 to 7 times more in terms of investment in prevention. And so I just want to share that, I'm not, taking this position is really tough because I know that every year I'm voting no, and I often, I used to have Katie Valenzuela on this council, but I also know that I may be the only no vote. But that's not based on just because I want to vote no, it's because it's based on research. It's based on data, it's based on lived experience, it's based on research that shows that simply giving PD more money, it actually doesn't lead to safer and healthier outcomes in our neighborhoods. That's what the data say. And so I am proud. I am proud this year that we are able to balance our budget, that we're not going to be able to lay off, staff again. Last year, we had the opportunity to balance the budget again, and we didn't lay off any staff. It's great to hear that we're not laying off any staff this year, but I will say, next year, we're going to be facing a larger deficit, and the year after that, we're going to face an even more larger deficit, even if we get the BOT, right? If we don't look at vacancies, if we don't look at the ways in which we operate, we will be laying people off. And until we transform how we allocate resources to achieve our collective goals, we will continue to fail to see the outcomes our community is demanding. And so I want to vote yes because of these restorations, but I know they're one time, and if I take a step back and I look at the totality of the budget, and I have to ask myself, does this reflect your values? The answer is no. And so as much as I want to vote yes because we got 3 wins in the budget, that is still pretty small because we were debating for many hours for over $2-3 million, I have to ask myself, is this the right path that we're moving towards? And the answer is no. And so with that, I will be voting no on this year's budget.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it can be said enough to thank our city staff. This is a year-round, budgets are living documents. I do so appreciate all that you, Pete, Marthala, your staff, the work, the time, the hours you put in, the questions, meeting with our community. Pete, you've come out every time I've asked you to talk to my community, to explain what's going on, because I think it's really important. Budgets, how we do things, why things are funded a certain way, can be really confusing. And honestly, I get it. When the public is frustrated, why are certain things done a certain way? Because I also think we can do a better job of why is the system set up this way. But I also think we could slow down and do it differently. And I have asked that since I was elected. It's no surprise. I spent 20 years creating budgets for a government organization that had to be balanced 3 years out with a 3% reserve. Why is one government entity required to do that, but a council is not? And while I am glad we are quote unquote balanced this year, it really is, in my mind, when you look at budgets, it's fake. Because if I look at the documents, Pete, am I correct that we have an estimated $60 million deficit?
Yeah, correct. So for fiscal year 27, the estimated deficit would be around 60 million. However, if we get some HAP funding, that should lower.
Yeah. So the minute we approve this, we're already facing a potential 60 million. And I do know a budget is a living thing. So we'll have some savings, we'll have some expenses. There may be potential state funding. We used to think there might be federal funding. We know that that's on the line. So then I asked myself, how are we being responsible for not only our citizens, but our staff? Because if we were able to figure out a way this year that even though there were certain staff on the line to be cut, but we were able to transfer them in other places so nobody lost their job. How many years can we continue to face between a $40 and a $60 million budget deficit and not cut staff? And if we can do that every year, then that leads to how are we being transparent to the public? Because if we constantly say we're in a budget deficit of 40 to 60, but we're able to switch things around and nobody gets laid off, but we're starting in a chaos of a $60 million deficit, if I'm sitting out in the audience, I get your frustration. Honestly, I will tell you, 23 years ago, it was me in the audience listening to that, which caused me to run for office. So I've been there and I understand the frustration. So I've asked, and I really hope this conversation comes to budget. As we start this, we should be at minimum looking at a 2-year budget cycle, with at least in the second year, within 2 to 5% of being balanced, because budget always fluctuates. There's always approximately a $20, $30 million fluctuation with our budget this size. But it really, I feel it is not us being good stewards of taxpayer dollars to year after year do this, knowing we immediately start with another budget deficit without being honest that at some point, how is this not a crisis? We have negotiations with all of our employees and our unions. If we give them raises, the deficit goes higher. But then I also go to, we need to create a budget that reflects our council-approved priorities. I don't know what our collective, whether we agree or disagree, council-approved priorities are, understanding that we have to fund essential services. If my number one is youth violence, but that's not in the charter, we gotta make sure there is certain things of, the trash and the parks and fire and sewer and garbage that are essential city services. So I think we have to maybe pause and take, how do we look at creating the budget? What are our essentials that we have to in our mandated funding? And then what are non-essential? What are we funding? And what are those priorities after we already fund what we are mandated to do or is covered by separate fees? I think if we look at the budget and create it a different way, that might make more sense to the community to know what we're fighting over of what is essential, what have to we do, and where are the council priorities. I do hope, I take a slightly different look, but I do hope, because, Councilmember Dickinson, you brought this up, and I really appreciated all the supplemental budget questions you asked. Read through it, it's a lot, but it is really helpful. We have over 121 vacant positions in our city that have not been filled in 1,000 days. We have 21 positions that have not been filled in 2,000 days. What my question then becomes, if some of those services or vacant positions are being used to fill contracts that we're hiring outside parties to do, then let's change our budget to reflect that. Like, if we have open positions, and this was an argument in the past in Yipsy, because we can't hire enough tree trimming individuals, and we're using outside entities, then we've got to have a budget that actually reflects that the money set aside for these positions are actually filling the duties over here. And then those actually wouldn't be vacant positions. That is a service we need taken care of in our city, but it's not holding vacant positions open in order to address that. And I think then we might be having real discussions. What is really vacant? What is really not vacant? Because I guarantee you in some of those vacant, there are third-party contractors that are actually filling the jobs that we need to do, but we don't know that. So that's where I'm hoping we take a different view of how we create the budget to make it more people-friendly, to make it more understandable for our public. There was one proposal that I really think we missed the boat on that we did not keep in our budget. The proposal to charge, which would only affect not the entire city, but to charge $120 a year for residential parking permit program, I will tell you, the city of Davis, Berkeley, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, and others actually do this. This is not new. Davis, this is standard. Our parking program costs money. We send code enforcement out to ticket people who don't comply or don't have a permit. It's not that I want to fee people to death, but this was $900,000 a year that we were like, we can't do it, when this is normal in surrounding cities for a program that we have that would also create a discount for seniors or low income, that I hope we take a look at. Now, I am absolutely supportive of that we found a way to keep the youth, the 1.3 in, but what I need to know is what are we funding in youth violence and what are we getting from that? Because that's also what we need to keep asking, and that goes to the SEED tool. What are we getting from all of this? I also have the same question with Measure L. We fund these. Are they actually implementing the program, and what benefit are they having? I've always been supportive of the fuel network. We have a lot of hard decisions to make in years to come, but I have been consistent in asking for a 2-year budget. We added more back in than we cut. I proposed a lot of cuts that wouldn't have necessarily taken jobs. They would have taken vacant positions that were not accepted. And I think we need a budget that is more transparent and accountable to the public so that it answers the questions you have and so that you understand why we as a city are doing certain things. I want my no vote on the budget not to have anything to do with what the city did, but I don't think we are doing what we need to do to be readily transparent, implement our values, and show a 2-year budget when we know the minute this passes, which I know this well, that we are already $60 million in the hole. I don't believe that is being responsible and it's being honest, because we're going to be right back here talking about what do we cut, what do we save, and why it's the whole thing. When you hit your head against the wall and get the same result, why do you keep doing it? So how do we look at the budget differently? And I'm hoping as we go into the discussion with the new city manager and what our priorities are as a council, that we look at things differently so that next year we don't have the same conversation again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We do have a motion and a second. I just want to close out by saying that this, was not a fun process we had to deal with. I know 3 of the 9 of us were new, and the first day we got sworn in, you're like, hey, we have a $60 million deficit, so congratulations. But I do know that for the past few months, we mitigated our tough work, and I concur to District 1 Rep that it's going to be painful next year, and we did some of the easy stuff this year. So what I heard in the last few months, we wanted to minimize people having to literally lose their job, which you said, and we did. No one is actually losing their job. That's an individual with a family and bills and so forth. So we have positions that aren't going to be filled. I know some community members wanted more of that. We wanted to, and the 2 groups that I heard the most here in the last 4 months were don't impact public safety funding and keep investing in our youth. And granted, the second group wanted to do something about public safety to do more money for our youth. But we did not negatively cut public safety, police and fire, which was the top priority I heard from the overwhelming majority of our city council and the community. Don't cut core services like public safety. We also want to make sure that we didn't cut youth programs. In large part, what we talked about earlier tonight during the Measure L discussion, what these programs mean to our communities, what we talked about 5 hours ago related to gun violence. And so there was an idea to sweep some money for youth programs. We, as a council, said no. We restored that. I know it's not part of this budget, but an hour ago, we did a major action related to Measure L, which I know people say, oh, that's Measure L. But nonetheless, we are essentially doubling programs for our youth tonight. with this budget and Measure L. Yes, we could do more. But just take a moment to reflect that, one, we're not cutting youth programs in the general fund budget we're about to adopt, and two, we're essentially doubling programs for our youth. In large part, I said, stuff, work that Roger started 17 years ago. And the other third thing we heard too was limit our increase on fees, parking, business taxes. Sure, some of the fees in here are uncomfortable. We've heard from business leaders tonight, but overall, I think this is a solid budget, the best we could do. None of the choices that we saw on day one were ones that we wanted to do, but we have a job. We're not the federal government. We can't print money and increase our deficit and just have reckless spending. We have to live within our means, and we're doing so tonight, and we'll be back here next year. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kaplan? No. Councilmember Dickinson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Aye.
Councilmember Pleckbaum? Councilmember Maple?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang?
No.
And Mayor McCarty?
Aye.
So that is all in favor except Councilmember Kaplan and Councilmember Vang were no votes. So the motion passes.
Thank you.
So we now move to council comments, ideas, questions, and AB 123 reports. And I do have 8 speakers for matters not on the agenda.
1, 2, 3 last week?
I did it budget.
I did not do it, huh? Well, we didn't meet last week, right? That's right. Yeah.
Councilmember Vang?
Thank you, City Clerk. Just a few announcements. A reminder to everyone that we have our Meadowview Certified Farmers Market every Sunday from 9 to 1 p.m. at the Meadowview Light Rail Station, so stop by and come support our farmers market. And then I also just want to give a shout out to all the graduates that are graduating, class of 2025. A special shout out to Valley High School graduates. They graduated May 29th, and I will be at the Luther Burbank graduation. I participate in the graduation on stage since I've been a school board member and a council member. So go Titans. I'm really excited to be walking, or actually being on the stage at the Safe Credit Union Center to celebrate our graduates. And then just a few announcements. Next Saturday, June 21st, from 11 to 2 p.m., Delta Shores community is doing a festival to kick off the summer. That's from 11 to 2 o'clock at Delta Shores, so swing by for that. And then I also want to let y'all know that our swimming pool is going to be open soon. And so on June 14th and June 15th, the Pinnell pool will be open from 1 to 6. Cabrillo pool will be open from 1 to 5. And District 8 will actually be sponsoring the admission. So free admissions for all ages for the entire opening weekend, covered by my office. And so come out and come splash in our pools. And then I also wanted to share that SACRT is holding a Transit Idea Exchange Workshop on Wednesday, June 25th from 6 to 7:30. It's going to be a way to interact with SACRT. It's going to be an interactive workshop with South Sac folks to really bring voices together to shape the future of transit. And then lastly, the most important announcement, please join us. I would love to invite all my colleagues to join. I don't think we'll violate Brown Act or anything, but if y'all we didn't talk to each other as much, but State of District 8 is June 28th from 10 to 2 at the Pinnell Community Center. This is my invitation to all my colleagues, interim city manager, city staff, and our community to come join us for our State of District 8. This year's theme is We Got Us, the Power of Community, so hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to do one AB 123 report. Councilmember Guerra and I had the opportunity to attend our 40th annual trip with our sister city to Jinan 2 weeks ago. So had a great opportunity to talk to local government officials, as well as continue this 40-year tradition, as well as learn a thing or two about air quality, transportation, and we learned that they're doing it very well as far as EV infrastructure and public transportation. So thank you.
So thank you, Mayor. I have no other council members signed up to speak. I do have 10 speaker slips. I'm going to call off some. I'm betting some people got tired. First is Alan, Sarah, Melissa, Lambert, Macworthy.
Thank you all for being here. It's been a long day. I'm tired. You're tired. You know, I'm not a professional activist. I'm not paid to be here. I spent all day working to make sure that California has a safe and stable food supply. And then I come here to talk about things that are important to me, and I know that's important to you, but this is what's important to me right now. I was last here on February 11th after I personally witnessed my friend, Raymond, a Christian Zionist, Latino farm worker, assaulted for holding an Israeli flag and wearing a Jewish star. This happened in District 4. This happened in front of his wife, African-American woman, and his small child. I have photos here. I think they'll be visible. After he was assaulted, the area was vandalized with swastikas. Again, this was District 4. The good news, the assailants were found and charged with felony assault, burglary, unlawful possession of a firearm, and a hate crime. You know who else was charged with trying to get a firearm? Was Mohammed Solomon, 2 weeks before he set 8 people on fire in Boulder, Colorado. So this is pretty chilling. The bad news is the DA decided to downgrade these multiple serious and violent felonies to a single misdemeanor with community service and probation. And that's why I'm here today, to ask you to help me hold the district attorney accountable. As detailed in the victim's letter, which I've given to the clerk and have emailed to all of you, this decision violates the victim's rights under the Ralph and Bain Act, which allows victims of hate crimes to get recovery for their injuries. He was sent to the hospital. He was in pain for 2 weeks. He couldn't work. His glasses were broken. But if they're not charged with a hate crime, he can't recover under the Ralph and Bain Act. It also contravenes the governor's policy in the Golden State Plan to Combat Anti-Semitism 2024, the California Attorney General's guidance for local prosecutors regarding hate crimes, and the Attorney General's Hate Crime Report 2023, which is the most recent, which again demonstrates that hate crimes against Jews, or those perceived to be Jewish, are the #1 form of religious hate crime in California by a factor of 8. And this was before October 7th. Hate crimes are up 500% in California.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Did I have any of the other? And you're Sarah, correct? Yeah, that's Sarah. That's what I thought.
So good evening, everybody. Not a great public speaker. Matter of fact, I hate doing this more than anything. I would do literally anything than do this, but this is very important to me. My name's Alan Grand. I'm from Sacramento County. Just a little bit of background on myself. My grandparents were both Holocaust survivors. My dad was born in a concentration camp, actually, relocation camp, which is what they became as they were looking for sponsoring countries. So ever since October 7th, right, whatever you feel, you know, I'm pro-Palestine, I'm pro-Israeli. I'm about human rights, people, right? But what's happened is I'm against Hamas, obviously, right? And what's happened in this country is a lot of people and around the world is they don't make a distinction between being against things the Israeli government are doing and just Jews. So Jews are being attacked. Totally different issues. So, like as Sarah mentioned, Raymond was a Christian Zionist. He's a migrant worker, farm worker, not Jewish, wearing, in support, he's wearing a Star of David and is attacked from the back, tackle to the ground, and chased by a second guy who then also hurt him. There was pictures here. I hope you get a chance to look what Sarah, the pictures she provided. Very sad. I had never protested before, but after over a year of watching all these things on TV and being very sad about it, I said, if I don't stand up and say something, I'm no better than I'm just sitting and complaining. So I decided to go protest. Peacefully, stood on the corner with a flag. Met Raymond, very nice gentleman. Excuse me, my phone just died here. Okay. What I found out was about this attack. I was really sad about it, and let me continue from there. So not treating it for not treating this, going after this as a hate crime, emboldens and encourages more hate. There needs to be consequences. Prosecutor, I was just found out recently that the prosecutor wants to remove it as a hate crime because it's easier, literally, because it's easier. This is not acceptable. We need to.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Melissa. Thank you for your comments. Your 2 minutes is complete. Thank you for your comments. Melissa?
Melissa Grand, Sacramento County. Thank you for your time. Anti-Semitism and hate crimes are drastically rising. For every reported crime there are many others where the people are terrified to come forward and say they were a victim. Well, here in Sacramento on February 8th, we had our friend Raymond was attacked. He was a victim of this type of crime. And he came forward. He has evidence. He's coming forward to say this has happened to him in our city. I look to the police. I look to the citizens, a man to the city to protect us as citizens. And I find out that they're probably not going to prosecute this to the fullest extent. It would be a failure for Sacramento to not do that. It makes me scared to think that this assailant might be charged with a misdemeanor, and back on the streets. But he was in possession of an unlawful firearm when arrested. Do you think he won't be able to get another one? Do you think he won't the next time this happens, which if he's not prosecuted to the full extent, there probably will be a next time. We're inviting this to happen again in our city, and I will not feel safe. Visitors will not feel safe, and your citizens will not feel safe. So we do not want to send a message that this behavior is acceptable on our streets. It is not okay. I want to feel safe in Sacramento. Please enforce the law, prosecute this to the fullest extent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Lambert, then Macworthy, then Yana Mandiganu, Michael Milton, Rev, Keon Bliss.
Let's see, how do I end this thing? First of all, I attended a workshop on the Brown Act. It was held in this chamber last year. And one thing I learned during that Brown Act workshop, and I was the only one in the audience, just like I've been the only one at different commissions. Measure U is one, race equity, the only one in the audience. Can you imagine being the only person in the audience for Measure U? As much money as comes into the coffers of this city. And I also wanted to send a shout out, which I see people are not paying attention. I really don't understand why people stay, because the people who are up on the roster, you're being paid to pay attention. We're not being paid. You should pay attention to us. If we didn't care, we wouldn't be here. And another thing is, from my math, today I saw this overhead projector work. It worked today. So that tells me it wasn't out of order. That's going to be a First Amendment situation there. I saw this work today. It came up. This is not out of order. You just use it when you want to. And I want to send a shout out to a guy that's the supervisor in 311. 311 should receive more funding. His name is Mike Brown. He's the supervisor. We called him to get some grass cut in an alley in Del Paso Heights, and he got it done. So shout out to Mike Brown. And it's been an honor knowing Mr. Worthy. You gotta have a lot of integrity to do what him and I do under fire.
Macworthy, then Yana Mandiganu.
People, maybe I know too much history of this town. Lake of California cities, if you do an investigation, if the government come in, I can go back to 1978. I was in that building. I saw all the Buddha shit put together. I didn't take it nowhere because I knew what the city's going to do. That's the reason the city, Lake of California cities agreed to put more money at local level, to bring the money to local level. That's where you didn't have the people here had the investment ability. That's the reason Bank of America got burned by utilizing the escrow money, which taxpayers' money. See, that's how the developers got in here. See, this was intent by Sanctuary City. You got more common people, and that's when I encourage the United States government to get involved here. I'll still be here. I probably won't be in this state. I'll be close to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to start writing to newspapers to get the government involved now in the state of California. While Trump in there, because they're using Trump's theory here. And I saw this stuff here, the California cities, that is, people. I got the documentation on it, right here, the city. And they abuse the money by dealing with developers to take over this town, right here. So, people, Dixon, you got a long ways to go, baby. It'll never come unless you get the federal government involved here. And so people go to jail that should be in jail now.
Next speaker is Yana. Is Yana still here? Michael Milton. Rev. Then Keon Bliss. And then Alicia Yaffe. Rev.
Well, as I sat there and fell asleep through most of the stuff, I agree on many things. Knowing that the youth need help, because I deal with the streets, as many may know. I live in the streets, been doing it for 14 years, running Prayer and God Street Ministry. Before you was probably even in office good there, McCarthy. Jennings, you just keep hanging around for lunch. But to be able to stop the crime on the streets, I deal with them nightly. I pull around the old Sac about 2, 3 in the morning after everything is shut down, and there's your youth. Nothing to do. Half of them got guns, they got in my limo. Hey, you mind if I bring my gun? You ain't putting your gun up in here, you better get it in your trunk. So I deal with them out there. I see what's needed. And I need people, instead of people just running their mouths saying, I'll help you do this, Rev. I don't need none of that right now. I need some things that will be tangible for me to be able to work with the youth, to be able to work mainly with my homeless people, because they all both go hand in hand. You know, I got 18, 19-year-old, a 15-year-old kid out here. He was from Oregon. He kept coming by, giving me his little story, everything going on the way. He had a couple of guys cornered him. One guy slapped him because a dog jumped out of his car, but he was lying and telling everybody he was 18. So when he got fed up and everything else, and I was like, look, you just setting yourself up a target. You're going to wind up getting raped and everything else out here. They did push up on him. That boy came back with a bicycle. I don't care if he stole it or not. He's like, Rev, I'm riding all the way to Oregon. I'll hit you up when I'm in Ready. I haven't heard from him. So I don't know where things are going with people in the city. They coming up missing. Homeless people coming to meet. A van that pulled up, made some of them get in and taking them off. All kind of everything. All the little crazy laws they keep coming up past the Occupy movement. You was here with the Occupy movement. They couldn't touch none of my homeless people's stuff, period. As long as there was one person stationed there, they couldn't touch nothing. So it's things I'm pushing on that's unheard and unseen. I don't care if I die over it. Just had a stroke to go with my heart attack.
Thank you for your comments. Keon Bliss is our next speaker. Oh, just a moment. I think you're speaking. Go ahead, Keon.
Don't get me wrong. I know that some of you actually have real values and principles that you wish you could, that you try to live up to. And some of you really do your best and speak up in those moments. But what I would really want to see right now is just some moral courage to really stand on principle. Just once, to do what was right, what your constituents in the community are actually asking you to do. You patronize us when you try to explain how complicated the budget is, how we don't understand. Guess what? I've been studying the budget since 2016. I know how it works. And there are many of us in the community that help demystify this all the time. So when you talk down to us, tell us, oh, we just don't understand about the issue of vacancies, about overtime, or these program cuts, you're insulting us. You disrespect us by treating us as if we are just children, unruly, and just needing a guiding hand by daddy or mommy. We are not. You might get more respect if you actually talk to us like you have respect. Doing a 2-year budget cycle has nothing to do with transparency. It has everything to do with making y'all more comfortable so that you don't have to deal with these tough and painful meetings year after year. And by the way, if you want to think outside the box when it comes to youth funding, think about, outside the box thinking would have looked like cutting the half of Measure L that's going towards the city, or looking at absorbing police vacancies to boost the CBO half.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our last speaker is Alicia Yaffe. Alicia?
Hi again, everyone. Alicia Yaffe, District 4. I wasn't planning on staying this long, but here I am. I just had lots of things that I didn't read from my first comment. One, I just wanted to address, I understand, Mayor, that the kind of comparison you made about how many comments are people wanting to cut from public safety and other comments are people wanting to support youth violence prevention. Well, if we are following this 2020 resolution that defined public safety as including youth violence prevention, that's really not a fair comparison, because those of us who want to see youth violence prevention also want to see public safety. We just define it differently and actually define it in a way that's aligned with the 2020 resolution. In addition, I just want to say, if we want to address the structural deficit as well as the unfunded liabilities that we have as a city, it's math, right? I'm an engineer as well, right? You have to solve the problem. You're either going to increase revenues or decrease costs. There isn't much space left in our budget to decrease costs unless we want to decrease the operational budget elsewhere other than the 60-ish% that goes towards police and fire already in our general fund, right? So we really need to consider just basic math here, right? We need to make a cut somewhere. Are we just going to cut everything else that the city does other than policing? Because ultimately that's where we're going to end up. One other item that I want to bring forward, I'm an American Jew. I run a nonprofit, I help run a organization that does humanitarian aid work in Gaza. My friend, who's a doctor on the ground in Gaza, he's the one who founded this. Zionism is not Judaism. I don't want to see hate crimes against people. I don't want to see violent crimes against people. But to call Zionism and Judaism the same thing, it's not a hate crime.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Mayor, you have no more business to come before the council. You may adjourn.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn.